I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Welcome back to another episode of Rise to Liberty. Today, we're just going to do kind of a long stream. We're definitely going to be looking at some MKUltra stuff, but currently the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing is going on. So we're going to go take a look at that. We're going to go watch, what is his name? Let me just pull it up real quick. He's doing a dual stream with somebody else, Valhalla VFT. We're going to go check out his stream and maybe pop in on a couple of other creators, just see what they're doing, see what they're talking about. It's been an interesting trial. Pretty much watched it from the beginning today. It is all incredibly interesting stuff. Basically, what they've been doing is allowing any sort of evidence into the trial. Basically, if somebody says, hey, this person said that this was good evidence, then it's good evidence, and the judge has been allowing it. So incredibly interesting, but let's go pop in over there. We've suspecting there's about an hour left of trial for today. So the first hour of the show will be about that. Then we'll switch gears, head on over to some MKUltra stuff. So let's go check that out. Let's see. Okay, is anybody saying anything?
The image is there now. Oh, it's gone again.
There we go. Let me know if you guys can hear that in the chat.
We're back. Yeah.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay, and is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Let's see.
Shows the state would seek or would move to admit what's been marked.
Maybe that's a little bit better.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from. And furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hall. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've added little circles to people they wanted you to pay attention to.
Edited.
Blurred people's faces out. So I mean, it's been clearly altered, and it's not. I mean, they admit it's been altered, so we have real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected, and so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 4-202.02 subsection 5. J is in jelly bean.
I swear to God, he admits this as evidence.
Because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation, with Mr. Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, Ms. Nestor is correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos. The
Yeah, what?
the videos as Sergeant Hull has testified to is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw footage.
Raw
And,
videos with circles
by
on
his
them?
estimation, or according to
And
his
zooming in and out what the camera wasn't able to
these
do.
are all videos that are accurate and they depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions. Judge, if you refer to Mr. Olson's
Other than the edits.
Plaintiff's exhibit 12.3,
Wow.
he too
You can just submit whatever you want.
with this video, and he is also
So in Utah,
identified,
when you submit
this
something
video as being
under,
accurate with the exception
when-
of those
when-
additions. In his
when you
words,
submit
it's the zooms and
something,
red highlights. They weren't part of the original recording. According to
with or
Mr.
without prejudice, basically it means that hearsay, not prejudice, with or without hearsay. Basically, it's just anybody can admit anything. Like before this, what they did is they admitted the person on the stand right now, David Hull. He is an agent with the State Bureau of Investigation. It's basically like the state FBI. So what's happening? David Hall, a sergeant, basically a state police officer, submitted the autopsy report, not the medical examiner. So that's a major issue because David Hull, he's a police officer, not a medical examiner. And the judge allowed it. So, I mean, within all fairness, we don't really know where this medical examiner's report is coming from. So, I mean, there's some major issues here.
Manipulate the video, and I say manipulate to not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Good call.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have a version of this particular video that has not been altered? We don't, not right now, not today. I guess there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is that we have two witnesses who have watched the raw footage. And
No.
Agent Hull here today on the stand.
We have two
and
hearsays.
Mr. Olson in the
Yeah.
his written statement. They have
Yeah,
both
basically
said
hearsay is trust me,
video, with
bro.
the exception
That's
of
what
these
hearsay
alterations,
is
accurately
trust me,
depicts,
bro.
The video that was captured by you.
Wow.
Surveillance
There's
video.
no way. This
Which
is a
I will
joke.
proffer
Puts
that
that through
those
her.
changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would cure that. We're prepared to do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is. And it is a video.
You have to authenticate the
with
source
Only a few
Yeah.
alterations.
The hell?
That really
That's a
don't
great
change
point.
the substance of the video or the content of the video. They're accurate. They depict what the cameras captured on September.
Our
10th.
channel did do it. He
And we
did
have
do it.
two people who
I
have
completely
seen that raw
blame
footage,
him.
and they've explained it's the only
No.
Good to
what
see
we
you,
have
JJ.
only in the original videos and what you're seeing here today. And the additions I will submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right.
Will he buy it?
Anything further from the parties?
No, he's got to shoot that down.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm sustaining the objection.
Yes.
Typically in
You have to there. You can't submit fucking
is without
altered footage and be like, but somebody saw it was
There's an
real at
exhibit,
some
a
point.
photograph. That's not the original format, and I do not have the person who made the alteration.
Good.
An 1102.
Good.
To
I am
substantiate that. And
glad.
what I have
glad
is the original video, and Mr.
the judge
Olson
is shooting
saying,
that down.
this is the video minus the alterations. And we
Mhm.
have Agent Hull saying this is the video and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link. And it may be minor, but in this type of case, I want to be thorough and I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way.
Right.
But as it stands today, this exhibit, state's exhibits
Denied.
Wow, thrown out.
12.1
Or
is
12.1.
not admitted.
Judge, could I have just one moment?
You may.
That's going to be not good for you, brother. I feel like you need that for your case.
It's a major piece.
Yeah. Why would you submit fucking doctored videos to the court and then be like, yeah, we edited them, but
He
we have
submitted-
some people that saw them before the raw footage. It's good. Trust us. What?
He submitted a TikTok as evidence.
Yeah, dude. Come on.
It's literally because the state of
That should
Utah
have happened a lot
is
more times today than it has.
so
in my opinion.
ballsy that the
That's why I was maybe wondering if
state of Utah is so ballsy in their defensive I guess in their prosecution that they will try anything. I mean, this is pretty standard. This is average for Utah courts. I've seen it play out in many cases. This is just kind of how the state operates as prosecutors.
please, Judge.
Yeah, he has dropped that quite a few times.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's like trying to appeal to like the emotional side of the judge to get stuff pushed through.
Mm-hmm. It almost feels like the way they're talking, he
Agent Hull,
talks
you
to him as like a
testified that
personal
there were 4
relationship.
visits to campus that
Yeah,
day.
exactly.
Correct. Yes.
And the first 3 visits, based on what you have observed,
He visited
it's
4
your opinion
times.
that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
The 4th visit, well,
You can see he's shook.
4th visit 2 was captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, this is
was there any other video
interesting.
that was collected?
Interesting comment here. The Cray twins, who started the London Mafia, the firm, owning bars like the RR Club. Interesting. And the Blitz. Check that shit out. I will definitely be checking that shit out. Thank you for that heads up. I am going to make sure and star that comment. I will make a note of that. The RR Club. Interesting.
Gathered an 1102 statement for.
Yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did that include video from
Come on, dude.
a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Warren?
Like that's Phil Lyman's house.
That's in the horseshoe area. Yep.
Okay.
It's
in
not
Orem?
Phil Lyman. It's
Correct.
it's
And
his
close to
family.
campus.
It
But
is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
There was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson, parking in front of the residence across the street.
And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours. What time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight
At 12:38 a.m.
in the morning, yes.
Okay. So
Hmm.
how did this video come to your attention?
isn't that interesting?
That you're talking about this doorbell or whatever
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence
Yes,
where that video was collected from?
correct.
Okay. And do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
Was Mr. and Mrs. Noble.
Mhm.
I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Hmm.
And do you know what date it was collected?
If I
Much
can
love, dude.
refresh my
Much
memory.
love.
If referring
Good
to your
to
notes
see
will
you.
refresh your memory.
Good to
go
see you
ahead
here.
And look at that. Don't read
And
it out
yes,
loud.
hit the like, hit the share, hit the
Agent
subscribe.
Davis putting in
all
work
those
everywhere, huh?
things. No kidding. Agent Davis sounds like a busy boy. Sounds like a real busy boy.
I don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos,
Mhm.
and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this. What does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you? Or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement.
Mhm.
And a short period after that,
What?
the vehicle comes
Yeah,
to that
that's-
house, and some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson was in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
So Tyler
what you believe this
Robinson
is
had
vehicle.
interaction with
The vehicle we
police
believe
officers.
When was this?
Didn't he say that?
Think about this particular video and this
hold on, we might
and
do
this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle.
Yeah, the vehicle has very distinct wheels. I won't say that they're wholly unique, but in
It's the
terms
standard
of the
one.
video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique.
It's a Charger,
on the
yeah.
video footage.
It's like a stock Charger.
Not
So
a
it was
license
clear-
plate number?
Early on in the investigation,
Yes,
and then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
We
Don't
did what we
they?
had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify.
Mhm.
The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments.
Mhm.
So we had specific files that we had her
Interesting.
view and confirm that they were.
They're saying that
actually
he
from
was-
her system.
Tyler,
Those
was
were
covering
written
for
on
his
the
trans
1102
girlfriend or
as they had been
boyfriend.
before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting. on
For
the
sure,
1102.
for
All right.
sure.
What did you do next?
We had view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on an 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on a State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms.
Oh,
Noble provided her
And
statement, does it have the
what's
advice-
interesting, so this 1102 ruling or the 1102 rule is actually something that's new. It's brand new for court. I would argue it's probably for this trial, but it just literally went into effect in like May. So
I'm gonna have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13. For identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay, and I'm gonna have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Ms. Noble.
Okay, and does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same conditions it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor?
I know we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that the Agent Hole amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Mr. Sturgill?
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing. It's on a form. It includes both the advisory and warning.
Interesting. Candace
And,
Candace
it was
Owens
collected,
is creating
by
that buzz as a
Agent
cover.
It's also collected
Yeah,
in
that's-
compliance and being introduced.
I mean,
as
I could
reliable
believe it.
hearsay, which is lawful to do here in.
I find it kind of interesting that, during the preliminary, apparently she's taking time off this week or something. I don't know. I don't watch her show. I don't subscribe to her, so I don't ever see her stuff pop up. But yeah, apparently she's taking the week off. I mean, fact check me, but I mean, it's just weird.
Her home, I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
There's, at this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. All right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, I'm sorry, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay. I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted. into
Wow.
evidence over the
Everything. Hearsay.
Defense. I note in particular that it states that I confirmed that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And
I don't understand this hearsay
and
thing.
right before that statement is
reliable
the
hearsay.
notations that
Then it's not hearsay.
were allegedly
Like,
made by Agent Hull. And
I
so
don't-
for those
I don't
reasons,
understand that.
Court finds proper foundation has been laid, and this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence. As it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds, and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds, and then scroll to the very
These
bottom.
are just the affidavits, though.
Full-
This is just like
Yeah.
somebody saying, "Yeah, this is something I saw." Like it's still hearsay.
Is Agent Hall going to be one of the 4 witnesses?
Don't know.
He's doing all the heavy lifting. So why is this other guy speaking for him?
I don't know.
he sure is doing some heavy lifting. That is for sure. And
Mrs.
yeah,
Noble.
like
All right, that concludes the publication.
hearsay
of State's Exhibit 13.
can't be reliable. It's hearsay. Like,
Thank you, Judge.
so that's a contradiction in terms. Like, what the fuck are we even
The,
talking about here? I don't
The
understand
video that
this.
you
I
took
really
with you
don't.
that day when you visited with Noble or Miss Noble. Had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed, the Nobles, were actually more than one video.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips,
If I recall correctly.
short
yes.
clips.
Not the
And you
clips.
showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement. was
Yes,
shown
that
to Ms.
is
Noble,
correct.
yes.
So basically, this is basically just the investigators getting the statements from people who were at the event or people who provided video. I mean, and yes, they are legally binding statements. They are, so basically this is a written testimony. Basically, this is a way for them to be able to testify in preliminary. And on the form, it does say that it will be used in the preliminary. So they understand that any statement made on these documents is basically like a legally binding statement that they could be charged with a, I believe, Class A misdemeanor if, you know, they make a false statement. So, you know, I don't know. It's just really odd.
And those are the videos that you showed Miss Noble.
Yes.
What I have displayed on your monitor was Benmark's plaintiffs or state's exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be
Right.
west
It is
across the
almost a
street from the
felony.
Noble's
So,
residence.
I mean, it is a big
And then
deal. It's
12:38
not like it's nothing.
AM, I guess.
So these are some
0:38.
serious statements and legally binding. So,
And,
but I mean, it's still hearsay. Now, granted, I do rely on witness testimony
what is
of quite a
depicted in
bit.
this-
I think it's
you've already
incredibly
described that. So,
important.
Judge, I would move to admit exhibit
Um,
12.2.
But
Dismissed her.
I'm not entirely sure about all of these statements.
Your Honor, we renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the Nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I re-seek to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Miss Noble and having reviewed them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist
see
of
here.
either some or all of those videos that you showed Miss Noble?
It does. Yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation? That is to say, or is it 4 different videos,
It would
or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay, a number of short videos in sequence.
I believe that's how this one plays. Yes.
Okay. Just again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video,
Here we go.
again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr.
Nighttime.
Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
It pulls up
what-
early.
Well, let's
I
go ahead and
mean-
play it.
There's millions of those
Is there
vehicles on
any
the
sound
road.
associated
Yeah.
with it?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and
Okay, I just
There-
wanted to
there's-
see if
what's
there
that?
was, I just wanted to see if
There's
there
nothing
was sound or
violent.
not. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you may play the video.
Holy crap. Who says it's the shape of Tyler's car?
Oh, this is riveting stuff here, guys.
A distorted doorbell video. Okay, yeah, it looks like a
I've seen
Challenger
it.
Charger.
I've seen enough, Matt. Throw them away for life, baby.
No kidding.
That's it. This is what we got. This what is this proving?
And where's this at?
somewhere near campus.
Yeah, it is. It's near the UVU campus.
We just locked it. I feel like I'm watching a horror movie or something.
Big reveal.
There's no way. There's no way you can tell that that was his car.
Good
at all.
stuff, buddy. Yeah, looking
Yeah,
good. Looking
absolutely.
good, prosecution. This is a great start.
Absolutely. There is
That's
no
the big
way to be
bombshell
able to
reveal,
tell
huh?
that that was his car.
And then in the next video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually two reflective panels
Yes,
on the dumpster. And you can see the
JJ and I
individual pass
did
those,
go to
reflective
UVU and we
panels.
went around the neighborhoods
the last of
and
those series
we
of
hung out
videos.
there for quite a while, talked to a Fed, everything.
The second to last
It was
one,
very
the individual
interesting.
Comes back across those reflective panels to
Um,
the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle.
Anyone
and
that
gets
wants to
into
come
it.
out,
And then
let me
in the
know if
last
you guys
video,
make it out here and I'll
the
show you
vehicle
around.
started and,
I can meet you
individual
down
drives
there
away.
and we can go walk around. So it's not
Wow.
quite how it appears on video. It's like you just don't get a sense of what they're talking about until you're there.
That's crazy.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
I mean, so the
That's
one
day one, big evidence, huh?
the one thing I will say for all of this, just because the judge is admitting it as evidence or allowing the state to admit it as evidence, doesn't mean that it's going to be good evidence. So, granted, I don't think he should in many cases of this stuff, but it still doesn't mean that it will sway the jury. It doesn't mean really much of anything. But some of this is incredibly bad evidence, like, you know. But, you know, if, yeah, just because it's admitted doesn't mean it will sway anybody. So I guess we're going to see. We're going to see.
This is all you got headed into the trial. It's going to be rough.
Well, you know they have to save a smoking gun. I'm sure they both have one on each side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, make sure you guys stand up and stretch, stay hydrated, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's been a long
Marathons.
day.
Yeah.
Marathoning.
Yeah, I get you. Hey, livestock is
I'm gonna have
super
to hit the gym
important.
after this, get my body
and,
moving a little
you got to
bit.
take care of them, but you are able to watch us. So, but yeah, we did go there.
Is that a
We
SWAT?
did go there.
Was that a
like I
military
said,
officer right here?
Where
On
at?
the side?
we talked to a Fed. I don't know. It might have been our channel for all we know. Very interesting. Like I said, it's just not what it appears on video. Like it's all just very interesting. We did do a live stream about it, so go and check that out if you can find it. I'll see if I can find it and put it in the chat.
That just shows how much enthusiasm and interest there is in this case.
That's wild. Wild.
All right. Yep. Make sure you guys hit that like. I think we'll hit some supers
Yeah.
after this, and then also later tonight, a lot of people will be doing debriefs. I'm going to be debriefing with Brandy Siciliani, and Teresa, A Better Life, at like 8:00 Central. They're taking notes and it's all detailed and everything. I haven't had time to do that, but check us out if you want to do that. Obviously, the rest of the week we will be live with ourselves and possibly more people on the panel, and
Yeah,
should be very
I'll
interesting.
also be
So,
live.
different perspectives.
pretty much
we'll try
pretty
and
much
make
all
sure we don't
week.
talk over everything and that kind of stuff. We'll stay
Even if
organized. But make sure you guys join us all week long.
yeah, even if I'm only live for like an hour.
Yeah,
or
I think
two,
we'll probably. I know Jesse wanted to jump in here. He was hosting that.
I'm definitely going to be live at some point. Pretty much. I mean, we're witnessing history, so plus, I mean, this is my full-time job now, so might as well just hop on the mic and do what I can for you guys. So, Jacob, your coverage is badass, top notch. Your channel is being algorithmically throttled 100%. And thank you so much for the kind words. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. It's people like you is why I do it, period. Yeah, and I agree. It is going to break through at some point. At some point, there's no choice that the algorithm, even if being so deboosted and everything, there's going to come a point, something's going to click and it's just going to take off. So eventually it's going to happen.
You officer, did he get a new, better paying job after he helped with
Ladies
the
and
Frank
gentlemen,
job?
we're
Don't
going
know.
to take a
Oh, we're
10-minute
back.
break. for
Oh,
you
no, we got a break.
Confer and come back at, well, roughly 4:30.
Oh, so here, right here on the left side, if I can't see his patch. That looks like law enforcement. Though I think he's got like scruff too. Looks like more like a federal marshal probably would be my guess.
Yeah. All right, I'm still listening, and we'll be going on here in a second. And for everyone who's here and has been with us this whole time, your troopers, this has been a very long day. It's going to be a long week. Join us all week, but yeah, this has been interesting.
Oh, those
By
absolute
hearsay, we knew that was going to be
bastards.
part of the issue, but there's
Those
been some
absolute
gems,
bastards.
like the fact that there were bullet casings found on other buildings.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Right.
So I want to hear more about that, but that might not come out till trial.
Mhm.
All right, let's jump into some of these.
Yeah, there was
thanks for
some
the
other
super
bullet
epic
casings found on
fail,
other
preserving the crime
buildings.
scene validated.
Could be
Agreed.
planted. I mean,
Locke,
the fact
CK
that was
show chat
like-
is just trolling Andrew and Blake. LOL.
Oh,
yeah, I bet.
I gotta take
bet.
a look at that. Yeah, I'll look over at that once we kick back off.
EAW
yeah. I
Wilson,
don't know. I mean,
Wilson.
there's some
Thanks for becoming a new channel member.
sketchy shit
This one's you.
about this whole shooting.
Kenneth, so how do you walk past a gun belt in the murder scene and do not pick it up and put it in evidence? Sounds suspicious to me. The whole like, oh, there's a gun holster on the ground, I should probably just leave that and not worry
Right.
about it, is, I don't know. Even just from a safety consideration, like you don't know what the hell's going on. There's an active shooter. Like maybe pick stuff like that up and don't just leave it on the ground. But
If I remember correctly, there was an actual pistol found. There was a cop
Yeah.
walking around holding a pistol. So
yeah,
there might be more to that story, but we'll see.
Mhm.
Right.
Let's see. Danny V777 RN. Thanks for the super chat. Colbert thanked Don Jr. for being a true CK friend and by Erica's side.
yeah.
No family with Erica. Colbert has been crashing out last couple of days. Again, what's
Yeah,
this
where's,
NCRI? Also, NCRI at CO is BS. What is NCRI?
NCRI? I don't know.
Can you guys put that in chat? We've heard that like 3 times today.
Not sure.
Brian Swope says justice for Charlie.
If I'm being honest,
Either
I don't
way,
think we'll get
like we
justice for
both have said,
Charlie.
You know, if he's guilty, he's guilty. If he's not guilty, then we want to know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Truth is light. UVU isn't an actual LDS Mormon school. BYU.
That's right. BYU is right next to it, isn't it?
Okay.
Sort
Yeah,
of.
thanks
It's
for
in
clearing that up.
Provo. UVU is in
But
Orem.
I mean, I think if you looked at the demographics, it's like 80+% of the students at UVU are Mormon. So
Yeah, same population, just not the label officially. One day at a time.
Yeah, not
Utah case law
a
seems
Mormon
perfect
school,
with
though.
screw
I mean,
timer.
there is a big
it's
difference.
good for hearsay. That's for sure.
All right, these are yours.
The Fugel building, they have been referencing on campus Brandon Fugel Mormon, who owns Skinwalker Ranch. Okay, that's creepy. Gave $5
Wait a
million
second.
toward it. It's named
Figure Buddies
after him.
referencing campus. Owns Skinwalker. So he's the one that bought it?
I'm
That's
assuming the guy
interesting.
who bought it from Epstein.
Gave $5 million towards it. Interesting.
Oh, towards the building, towards the Fugel building.
Yeah,
Probably
which
his
is
name
why
on
they
it,
have
but-
his name on it.
Always these interesting connections.
That is incredibly
This is
interesting,
usual.
though.
New Charlie Kirk cereals, Snap, Crackle, Pop. Yes, that's the sound 30-06 makes now, guys. Just so you know, we got experts like that on the case.
Snap, crackle, pop. That's fucked up.
Who doubles as a medical examiner?
Yep.
Catherine, thanks for the super chat. The UVU officer only had partial sight of CK's right side under the tent. How could he then testify that he fell left? That's a good point.
Because he probably saw it on video clips.
Which I think is what almost everything he was saying seemed as though he was going off of a bunch of videos he'd seen, not his actual experience.
Yeah, but then he tried to say, I've never watched any video regarding the whole case. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
I don't-
So you just don't have a phone.
Yeah, I don't believe that at all.
And
At
Malloy, thanks for
all.
being a channel member as well in the super chat. Blake B, despite opinions of him, just posted a video on X of the testifying officer's LOS to Charlie under the tent versus his testimony. Interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out. Little Saigon, do we know if any of the SUV crew is there? Highly doubtful.
I doubt it.
When Erica walked in, I didn't recognize any of them as part of
They're
the original
also
security.
they're also witnesses. So
Let's see, Gary Nichols stripping photo photography again. Thanks for the super chat. Gary Nichols tripping photograph. Ha, never heard that until you said it. Kind of like Mystery Science Theater, except different. LOL. Yeah, I'm sure I read it horribly.
Oh yeah,
butchered it.
there is so much uranium in Utah.
this is you.
In fact, they
the
don't
bullet
even
is
mine it out of
inconclusive.
here
I mean,
anymore,
people
which is
search
incredibly
for it.
interesting to
Isn't that
me.
reasonable? Isn't that enough for reasonable doubt right there? I mean, if you can't provide anything better evidence than what we've seen, yeah, you want to talk about, like, if this was the trial, there's so much reasonable doubt that I don't know how you could ever find him guilty. But again, we got
Right.
4 more days of this, right? So maybe the bombshells are coming towards the end. I'm not sure.
Well, and the other part of this too is I think they only have to prove enough probable cause. So this is the opposite of that. They're just like, do we have
Yeah.
enough to keep kind of digging into this to have a trial, and then everything else has to be proven during trial. So
Yeah,
that's why the bar's so low.
it's very low. Yeah.
Let's see, Planet Allison. Thanks for the super. If this is the conspiracy cover, wait, hold on. Let's see. If this is the conspiracy cover up, it appears to be with multi-agency involvement. How is it that everyone involved has no conscience? I don't understand how so many people allegedly participated and can live with themselves.
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
it goes back- Yeah.
typically, if you're talking about an actual cover up like this, it's not going to be like the entire FBI knew it, or the entire military knew it, or the entire Provo Police Department knew
Yeah,
it. You would
it's
have
literally
people
a
in
need
leadership
to know
level positions
basis.
that may know something about it, right? That can guide and manipulate the system. But there's most likely, it's not that, like, hey, all the FBI agents that are low-level FBI caseworkers that were there were in on it. Like, that's not really realistic. But coming down from, like, the top echelons that can sort of filter and sort of push the way these things go, that's more realistic, I think.
And I think some of the people that are being used are just pawns and they don't realize they're being used.
For sure.
So they have,
Yeah.
they're,
That guy's
unwilling
right,
participants, I guess.
100%. Witness intimidation is going to be a big play, and not being able to get an unbiased jury because of international attention. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting just to kind of see how it all plays out in actual trial. And a point I wanted to make, so basically the preliminary hearing, what's happening is that they don't have to prove that Tyler did it. They're only proving, or the state's burden is to only prove exactly that there is enough evidence that Tyler did it in order for a trial to happen. So, like they were saying, the bar is really low for the threshold of evidence. But and then also that the evidence that they're submitting will be used in trial. But yeah, so that's basically what's happening, is just like, is there even enough evidence at all for Tyler to be put on trial? So yeah.
Sure, but not the direction of the shot heard. Well, I think he tried to explain that the holster was in the direction of the shot. And so while he was making his way there, he sees the holster and decides at that point, no, actually what I heard was a rifle shot, not a pistol shot. So I need to bypass this holster and keep it moving to the roof. That's
so in theory, yes.
Yes.
In theory, the judge could turn around and say, look, I've looked at all the evidence and there's not enough here, so we're not going to do a trial, case dismissed. Because of the public pressure, though, that's absolutely not going to happen. There's going to be a trial no matter what.
Becoming a new member, Planet Allison. Do you guys need Uber Eats Oh my gosh.
Could have earlier, but I'm good now.
Yeah, I just ordered something in, but that would be great. Have some catered food this whole week. It's gonna be a rough week. But we're gonna do it for you guys. Like sitting here in one
Same.
spot for this whole time and just
My
like
back is
talking and
already.
entertaining.
Ugh.
Oh man, these chairs are not comfortable.
No.
Yeah. Other than
right.
Thursday morning
Blue-eyed
and
concubine.
afternoon,
Here sat only
which I have some
Lloyd
plans
for
early
pretrial per
early
Baron.
Thursday, but other
guys,
than that, I'll
come
pretty
on.
much be here all week
Get it
as well.
together.
So
Okay, so I do know this for a
Hearsay.
fact.
Hearsay is only good for pre-trial per Baron. I think
Okay.
that's what she said.
So he decoded that one.
Yeah.
All right. You again?
Also, he never radioed to any other cop to help him search the area. He just took it upon himself to go up there with, not by himself. Remember what he said? He said a random
he didn't
guy
know.
with a gun.
yeah, a
There was
gun and a
random guy with
badge.
a gun, and we
Mhm.
decided to go up there together. That's what he said. Remember?
Yeah,
I didn't know
random
who
guy
it
with a
was.
gun and a
He had
badge.
gun.
Who
He
the
said a
fuck
gun
is
and a
that guy?
badge,
A
if I remember
badge,
right.
yeah. But he didn't specify. Was he an off-duty cop? Was he a Fed? Was there a undercover Fed in the crowd? Why was there an undercover Fed in the crowd? Like, so that was a little bizarre.
That was incredibly
Paul
bizarre.
Pearson. Can I go testify and say I heard he didn't do it?
At this point,
That's where we're at right now. Drifto, thanks for the super. Myra M. Hi there. What is Valhalla's theory on what happened to CK?
I still don't know, guys. I'm working my way through it like you guys were. My initial theory when I very first saw this first day without any broader context was that I thought it was a professional level hit because of the fact the guy got in, took a shot, got out, nobody caught him. And then I actually thought it was more likely because as soon as they said 30-06, I said to myself, well, that can't be possible. That Tyler Robinson was most likely a patsy being set up to take the fall, and you had a second shooter at a second location. Obviously, the location he shot from doesn't work with the supposed medical examiner report. The 30-06
Right.
doesn't make sense. So I thought it was a lower caliber rifle round, maybe a 223 round, 300 blackout round out of an AR-15, maybe. That's where I started at. Now, I might be moving a little bit away from a gunshot myself too, just because there's just so much about a gunshot that doesn't make sense anatomically, ballistically, even a 5.56 round at 139 yards hitting, neck flesh. The odds of that not creating an exit wound is so low. So I'm
Unless
still
it was
mulling it
tumbling.
around.
I don't believe it was
unless it was
a
tumbling,
rifle
right,
round
there's
at
that,
all.
but
I don't believe it was a
I
gunshot.
don't like the idea of making my theory work around a malfunctioned weapon
Correct.
system. Like
Yeah.
that's just I can't replicate that. Like I can't go out to the range and replicate that on a consistent basis. So I logically can't get there myself. But I'm moving more towards a potential explosion.
That's where I'm
it's
at.
just a lot of different
Exploding
stuff looking
mic.
back on it. But again, I don't know yet, guys.
I'm
I
at
don't
the
know yet. But
exploding
I'm kinda
mic.
moving in that direction, I think.
Really until
And I've
I
gotten
mean
to the point now
I
where
see
there's
some
so
like
much information, and I've
compelling
explored
evidence
every theory super
otherwise. I
in-depth
mean,
with everyone who's brought them up and dug in deeper myself, that I'm to the point now where I have to see what evidence they have in trial to make a decision from this point.
Yep, I agree with you on that.
that's kind of where I'm at.
These
I
three
am
are
going to
yours.
stick with the
And Utah
exploding
apparently
mic
can be
though.
convicted on hearsay. From what we're seeing, at least you can get to trial on it. Open link in comments.
Yes, you can get to
Typically,
trial
that
on
I will
hearsay
never
in
do on a
Utah.
live stream. Nothing personal, but I don't know.
Way
if
to
it's
go,
personal,
Utah.
so I don't open links.
You know, I gotta say,
I don't allow
there's
links on my
like
side. I use Nightbot.
there's some
Nightbot
amazing
gets rid of
parts of this state. I love this
We can get in
state. I
trouble for
really
that if
do.
you guys put bad stuff in
But
there.
there's
Yep.
some parts that are
Anyone
just
know
a
when,
fucking
excuse me,
joke.
why Bagley left the UVU Police Department? Said former. I don't know. Also, who doesn't attend a briefing before every event? Sorry, I've discussed. I mean, you would expect for an event that big, law enforcement would have 100% given a debrief for the day, but maybe they're just not very professional.
Hell yeah. Tara Jackson, good to see you. Fucking Rise to Liberty live stream. All right. My life is complete today. Love you too, witnesses. Love you, Jacob. Love you, chat. I'll be making my bed, so I'll get back. Yeah, good to see you. Glad to have you here. We'll be doing some MKUltra stuff. I'm kind of just trying to cover the tail end of the Tyler Robinson stuff today. I think it's rather important. I mean, we're witnessing history of cover up in the making, like, so Oswald never got to trial. Obviously he was killed by Jack Rubenstein before he ever made it to trial. So this is kind of interesting. I do think there's major parallels between the two. So yeah, but
Also, thanks for
glad
becoming
to
a
have you
channel
here.
member, or for being a channel member, I should say. These are yours.
Drifto says new evidence: the officer on the stand retired to open bricks and a mini figurine store. If that's true, that's going to be a little bit silly, but who knows? Who knows? But again, he's not the only law enforcement officer that's retired since that was on the case.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there actually has been a lot of officers to retire.
Remember here. Thank you very much. Hop, Belgian hop. Yeah, nothing to do with this. That's definitely got to be from Sweden, right? Or Norway.
CHF. Yeah.
And randomly, I'm going to say free Saran.
My favorite part about
I
killing
couldn't
rats is
agree
hearing
more.
them scream. Oh boy.
Couldn't
I shouldn't
agree
have
more.
called out today. Wow. Okay. Don't know what we're talking about.
Getting
here.
dark.
Yeah. AJ, the Snap Crackle Pop 30-06 Rice Krispie edition. Yeah, I've never heard. For those of you who have not been around a 30-06 going off, for one, it's not typically a weapon system you can put a suppressor on. I mean, maybe there's some Wazoo 30-06s out there, but it is loud, boys and girls. Loud. Boom. Not a typical snap crackle. That's not what you're hearing out of a 30-06.
No.
And it will tear your shoulder up compared to other rifles.
Oh yeah. Yeah, black. I'm going out hunting just like black and blue up in the armpits and stuff. That thing. It's a real thing. It's a big, big boy.
I had to trade mine out for a 6.5 for that reason. It's your lovely.
Creedmoor?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my competition. Vid on TikTok shows CK's parents blow off Stacy Sheridan.
Ooh, that'll be a good one.
So
can you email that to us? He has his email in his.
Speaking of Saran, right now I'm working on this book. It's called Project Artichoke. Zodiac was cover for silencing witnesses from the RFK assassination. We're going to cover some of this today as well. I'm not too far into it, but I think we'll just do some live reading of it and just kind of see where it goes. But yeah, speaking of Saran and RFK and all that, so that should be very interesting.
Yeah. And yes, and remember, this whole thing is for the prosecution. The defense can object to things, but this is all about prosecution right now.
Yep.
Let's see. Carol Cook. Seriously, third time. Was not going to watch, but so glad I did. Doing a great job. Only 45 minutes, and yay for defense coming back.
Yeah, I think she's done a pretty good job so far.
Yeah. This is you.
Catherine Nestor
Isaiah says
is
the
a
only person who
badass.
could have took that shot would have been none other than Ben Azuli. Yes, King Azuli for sure. Clear unit mission, Ben Azuli.
That's you?
I saw Brandon Tatum is there too. Oh my God.
What?
Oh,
Well,
no.
they got a real expert there at least, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't see Tatum going.
The guy who said it can't be possible for an explosive to be used because bullets is too big to be put in a microphone.
He would.
So,
What?
there you go. I'm not kidding. That's what he said.
Wasn't he actually holding like a 30-06 bullet next to
God.
the microphone or something
It's
like
too
that?
big to go in a microphone. It's like, okay, here he. Tatum's back, boys. If you're ever looking for expertise, that's the guy to head for.
Tatum,
Let's see.
Officer
Renee
Tatum
Crisis
is a
King. Thank you for the
fucking
super
idiot.
chat. Entire crowd did not turn around when CK was shot. I think it depends on the video, but I have
I
seen
thought
some
this
videos where,
too,
yeah,
but I think there is videos where some people do. There are videos of people who don't even flinch when that shot
Correct.
goes off, which is very odd for that powerful of a rifle that close.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Let's see, Gary
Everyone
Nichols,
should have turned
strip in
around.
Photography. Is it strip in photography? Yeah, okay. Does a screwdriver smell like poo to you?
Not mine. They don't. That's because I don't put them up my ass, Gary. If that's what you're assuming.
We are back.
Insinuating. Oh, we're back on the trial.
Trial should be
We're probably
wrapping
getting
up
close
here
to
soon.
wrapping up for the day, I'd imagine.
Yep.
Yeah, we should be done here within the next like 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. The guy in the very front row started clapping before he
Judge, I
knew
think,
what the heck was going
Oh, you don't have
on.
to pull it up.
we
There
just
was
had a
that
couple
one guy,
questions
the guy that
for,
asked the
Sergeant
last
Hall,
question he was ever asked,
to finish
like
up
was
the day. I think we're in
pretending
agreement that,
it was like
once,
practicing his
once we do the
reaction
wrap up for
before.
the day.
out
here.
these few questions, we're all
Wild.
in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Minister?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I sure.
You may proceed with your questions and
Okay.
we'll take it from there.
All right. Agent Hole, I asked you earlier, after you had testified about all the video that you've watched and video that you believe depicts Mr. Robinson from the UV surveillance, and that combined with the driver's license and the DMV records, whether or not you believe that that person that you have seen in the video and on the driver's license record is in the courtroom today. And I believe your answer was yes.
Based off of that video we
I
just
asked
saw.
you, if you wouldn't mind pointing him out and describing
Oh.
something that he's wearing.
Oh shit! He
And
said he can't
I
do
don't
this.
believe that I allowed you to do that.
Okay.
Would you do that right now?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And
Yeah,
based on that, we
100%.
would object.
Can't see shit in that video.
Note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer.
You're bad.
That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but
Well, and I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some
Hmm.
question about whether that in fact did happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened. and
I mean,
if you're
how
willing to
could
put on the record that Agent Hull has identified.
Agent Hull
we're done.
identify Robinson
That's
does the
dirty.
defense want to be
from
heard?
what?
Of
What
course.
what video could he identify him
He's
from?
tricking the judge into identifying Tyler.
Honor?
Well, if for the benefit of the record and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to.
What is that, Judge?
Would you
See
please
what
look him
happens?
out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Miss Nestor and other counsel wearing a gray suit jacket with a dark tie and a light colored shirt.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
Yeah, congrats. That's Tyler Robinson. We all know that. He's in court.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean the video we just watched suggests that's fucking him.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't understand.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
All right.
For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Judge, I think for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
100%.
Wait, so are you
Tara
saying that
Jackson.
You're gonna recall Agent, well, we're gonna
let me-
resume.
In fact, let me mute this. So the benefit of the record is not necessarily the benefit of the truth. 100%. And Eric Kirk, that young man, yeah. I mean,
And without the zooming in.
mm,
And our intent is to introduce that tomorrow as a different exhibit. And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right, does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
So for today, Agent Hull, you may step down. And we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just one other thing, and it's a suggestion. I'm
Agent
sure-
Hall, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow, because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in. And if that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance, and you can compare that to the version that doesn't have
No,
the
don't.
circle, the blur, and the zooming in.
Trying to taint the
I would
judge.
ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit 12.1 is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hall's release that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court on that.
All right, I appreciate the parties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos, and then I'm happy to entertain. a
Very
motion to review
interesting.
Both of them, or however the parties. I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's properly before me, and I can take it from there. It being that it's about 5 minutes, I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hall is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this. But he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Interesting.
Mr. Sturgill. So Agent.
It's a great call, actually.
From this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed. Okay.
Okay, honey.
All right. May this witness be excused for today. Thank you, Agent Hall. Anything further from the parties, or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right. Noting neither party wishes the benefit of the record. Court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
There we go.
Did it. Day one. Oh, we got to do our super chats though. Oh!
There they go.
Yeah, we just that was interesting. So if you're still here, thanks for going on this journey with us. This has been interesting. Wow.
Wild day one. You want a quick recap? I've got my notes. Some big
Yeah,
some
yeah,
big
let's do
talking
that, let's do
points
that.
for everybody. All right, things we noticed. General I could probably pull this up. Nah, let's not worry about it. Actually, let's see. Can I pull this
You want
up?
to screen share it?
Yeah, it's just my notes. So I can do a where is it? Is it this one?
A couple of really interesting things that I
Should be this, right? Can you pull that up? These are just like the big things I saw today. So the unprofessionalism,
Well,
right?
we've still got
times
plenty
they
of
showed evidence
time
they
to
were
go.
not supposed
So
to show, and still showed it
there's
to the
plenty of
courtroom,
stuff
and then
here.
had a whoopsie
So
and tried to pull it down. Couldn't get the courtroom set up correctly. Had to redo all the televisions in there. So that wasn't great. We had what we first heard was something about Tyler smoking meth in the bathroom. That turned out to be a previous case for case law. Talking about
What?
the
The fuck?
officer who was talking about this, right? That he first heard a shooter was in custody. At first, he said that he sounded like a close range shot. But then when he went down there, he realized it was a rifle shot. And that's when he
Right.
saw the pistol holster and changed his mind and left it there. Obviously, hearsay was the theme of the day, I think.
Yep.
Did we get any evidence that wasn't either hearsay or that we didn't already have? I don't think so. I think that was it. The random guy with the gun and the random gun or the random shell
Holster.
casings or bullets found on a different place in the roof, completely different than where Tyler is. That was just crazy in passing by the defense, where she was like, "Did you realize there was bullets also found in a different location on a different roof?" So we'll have to wait to see more on that. The body camera footage, turns out the number one witness, his body camera footage just turned off when he went up to
Just
where
cut
Tyler
out.
was. Just cut off.
Yeah. Weird,
More
right?
on
27
professionalism. They
minutes.
almost doxed a witness with her social security number and everything in it. Terrell Farnsworth video that's just like allowed to be in court because he said it's good, but it's also edited by him. That was pretty bizarre. The medical examiner, no mention of this surgeon and the steel neck or anything like that, but there is a medical examiner's report, supposedly. We haven't seen that. The altered video of Tyler Robinson all over campus was shot down as being non-permissible in the court. And then we got that groundbreaking new footage, Matt, of a random car that you can barely see what it is pulling in front of somebody's house somewhere in the world. So,
and you can hear a door close.
Yeah, and you can hear the door close, right? That's the big talking points today, guys. So that's what we're good on that. You can pull that one down. But yeah, those are the big points for today.
That's a pretty good summation of the entire thing.
Matt, coming into this, I was like, maybe we've just all been wrong, and they're gonna have all of this crazy evidence that nobody's seen before, and it just doesn't look like that's what we're gonna get. It looks like we're just getting the evidence we've all seen from the sounds of it so far.
I have a feeling there's going to be like a gotcha on each side. I feel like defense is going to have like a silver bullet or whatever you want to call it, or smoking gun. And I feel the same way in prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is only for prosecution to prove probable cause, so that could happen. Even with all these mishaps and everything we're seeing, it could still happen.
Mm-hmm. I would 100% still expect to see this go to trial, even if they stopped right here, right now. From what Barron explained, like the barrier to entry is so low.
Yeah.
That if you can somehow tie him somewhere in that area, that's pretty much is going to go to trial.
Yep, 100%.
All right, and for everyone that's here, we're going to start super chats. The trial.
All right, I think we'll sit on this stream for just a couple more minutes while I get a couple of things pulled up, and then we're going to switch gears to a couple of the things that I wanted to pull up.
We're going to have more people on the panel as they can join throughout the week. And yes, we will try to get Barron on, but there's a pretty good chance that he won't, because he said he's not really interested in this phase of it yet. And he has to plan. Well, and he has to plan for his own show every day, which is a lot of work, several hours a day. So yeah, make sure you guys join us all week long, and we'll finish up these supers.
Let's see.
I know, Matt, you're streaming later, right? With a roll up.
Correct.
So Matt will do that. I'm going to try to do mine in like a short form, like 10-minute regular video for you guys, for anybody who's just like tuning in. It's like, I don't have 8 hours.
All right.
Try to give you some big bullet points. So be on the lookout for Matt doing that live, and then I'll try to do that at the end of each day for you guys. So the best I can. I'm a little tired. I don't know how, like, you guys, I didn't work an office job, you know what I mean? I thought my job was hard out doing special forces stuff, man. Sitting in a chair for 8 hours a day. This is, I'm like a little kid right now, man. All right, let's hit these super. We gotta let's grind through these.
This is you.
These
are all you right now.
Okay, I'll try to get. All right, mine should be the dashes then. So I'm ready. My friends and I have shot 30-06 multiple times, and I would never categorize the sound as a firecracker. yeah, like maybe a mortar, you know.
Okay.
But, it's obvious that his road mic killed him. I mean, that's kind of where I'm moving towards with that.
That's where I'm at. 100%.
Security for all arriving separately. look oddly similar. It's weird. Take a look. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, they
that's
have
pretty normal though.
yeah,
For security, dress in a very specific way.
they have the jeans, tactical jeans, and the
Mhm.
flannel, and all. Yeah, they all look
Yeah,
the same.
It's pretty normal.
Sunglasses. Yeah. Brian Swope, thanks for the super. Sounds like a gravel emergency. Did they bring a rake?
On the roof.
Marta Whitney, thanks for the super. I object. Sit down and and shut the fuck up. LOL. All hearsay.
A lot of
Let's
hearsay today.
see.
In Malloy, security at UVU not watching cameras in real time to see shooter only after the fact. Well,
Apparently.
and he said that they have a staff of 15 and 6 were there that day, and all 6 were on the ground. So I don't know if anyone was even watching the cameras, to be honest.
Don't know.
I don't think they took it very seriously.
No, didn't seem like it.
See PJ here.
Let's
Long
see
time no see.
here.
Thanks for being a member as well. Attorneys judge ordered to slow pace of trial so people focus on this, not the war. Not working. We can multitask all the BS.
It is a good distraction.
Let's see.
All right, these are you.
Yeah, I'm tracking them now for which ones are mine. All right, Patsy's never make it to trial. Well, he did made it to sort of the pre-trial. So that's
Yeah, I mean, if something happens to Tyler, I think that's going to secure the whole Patsy thing for sure.
Yeah, I believe the defense will have way more opportunity to push back on these things. Again, I think this is mainly for the prosecution to get this to trial. I think Tyler's going to plead guilty. Thoughts? I mean, he's just going to get the death penalty. So I don't really see why he would bother. Unless he's plea for life in prison? Maybe. Watch on Trigger this morning, Valhalla this afternoon. Well, thank you. This feels like a show trial until the defense went after him about the holster. Yeah, I got it way better once the defense was able to weigh in.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Kathy Nestor's making this entertaining.
Yeah, she's done great so far in what I've watched.
And she's a badass attorney, honestly. Like she really is top notch.
Stark, thanks for the super. Why all the security for Erica Twerk? Victor Marks already told her it's okay, honey, baby, boo boo. They just wanted Charlie. Such vanity.
Dude, the fact she bailed at 1 and didn't come back, that was a little bizarre.
I mean, it is just
and walk right in front of the fucking cameras too.
I mean, is she gonna come to all 95 trials that are gonna happen over the next 2 years? Probably not.
Probably not. No, she's got podcasting to do. If the judge ends up dead shortly after this mess, remember you want to judge. Charlie bit me, and that kid didn't do all of this. All right.
Do you remember that old Charlie bit me meme video?
No, maybe I'm missing it. I didn't get the joke. Try the truth. Why does it feel like no one's talking about the Hades plane flying over CK's event? The live streams cut out the moment of gunfire. Good question.
Okay.
I've talked about that in the past, and I think Jason Goodman was the one who kind of brought that to light. Always watching. Doesn't weather affect the imprints on the roof?
Depends on what it's made out of. Gravel, probably not.
If it's rocks, like good sized rocks, then not really.
Yeah. It's not really that big is the problem. It is pretty small. I don't think weather would affect it.
We were prepared
at least all that
I
much.
was not prepared for what legal hearsay really meant, which is like, hey, judge, but the dude said that the person he talked to said it was true, so we're good, right? And the judge is like, yeah, bruh. So I wasn't expecting hearsay. I still figured out how you'd have to have evidence with the hearsay, but no, apparently not.
He is right about that. But yeah, the
Truth Seeker. Let's see, but University PD, not city, so maybe nobody came.
The rocks on the roof. I mean, they're big enough. Weather wouldn't affect them.
They brought in SWAT teams from Salt Lake City that night. And I know that because I know a guy in the sheriff's department that told me they were headed on their way down while it was happening. So yeah, they brought in people from everywhere, man. Eventually. You cannot pull this bolt back with that scope. Matt's covered that as being potentially possible.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, there is because a lot of the stuff is aftermarket anyway. If this is the gun they say it is, then it's been altered. It's been sporterized. So the synthetic stock, aftermarket, everything, probably an aftermarket safety as well, which can allow you to flip it on just the right side and not have to go past the scope. So it
It
is
doesn't
possible
look
that
like
was in a
it
firing
when
position.
you're looking at it, to be fair. But yeah, Matt said it's
Yeah.
possible.
Interesting.
Yep.
He also secured the scene, but left Farnsworth to take out this SD card. Yeah, that was weird. Then Farnsworth didn't submit it until May.
Yeah,
What?
which is wild.
Let's see,
here.
Crystallerite. I'll go lay
Bringing
on
up
rocks with a
a
rifle.
couple of
You won't see any
things.
imprint of any of it. Okay, not buying it.
Okay.
Well, the funny thing
almost
is, when
there.
they looked at the picture, he said, well, you can't actually see it in the picture, but I saw it with my own eyes. And the judge went, good enough.
Yeah.
I was convinced in Utah based on nothing, or convicted in Utah based off nothing, but someone else's story had video evidence proving my innocence. Prosecutors successfully motioned to suppress. Happened to Mike Glover. This is the exact type of thing based off hearsay. So we shouldn't be shocked. Thank you,
Let's
Casey.
see.
Isn't Utah the same state that produced the doctoral student guy that unalived all those undergraduate college students? I don't know. I don't know the story you're talking about here.
I think several
Yeah.
states have well-known
That-
serial
that-
killers.
that doesn't-
Yeah.
I know
Oregon's got a
Nebraska
ton,
does.
dude. Oregon has a ton of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure what story
Eric
they're
Kirk
talking
plus
about.
Andre Trump Jr. and Vance. Wow. Okay, I'm not going to read that, but Jesus Christ. Moving on.
Oh, that's in. Yeah, Charlie bit me.
Crochet
I know
Cross
what
and
video
Fry.
they're talking
Thanks
about now.
again
That's
from
interesting.
This was from South Africa, right?
Wonder why
Also,
that.
if Georgeson can say someone paid him for confession, Tyler can claim the same. But they don't have any evidence or video evidence.
George Zinn can't tell anybody that because he's been put away for CP and you're not allowed to interview him. Isn't that convenient?
And he had
Yeah,
a few
no
trials
kidding.
Too, or pre-trials. They were on Zoom if you want to go look those up if you're bored. Let's see. S.5. Thanks for the super. Please look into the information Baron Coleman found how Lance Tweak's parents have started 8 LLCs and a trust right before he gave his second testimony. Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just scrolling
I
through a
have heard that.
document
Well, I
real
saw Baron
quick to
talking
get
about
to the
it.
section. And then, yeah, we're going to switch
Donating
gears
$5
here.
more dollars
I don't
just
want to keep
clarify that I
watching
did
all
not
of
want
their
the
money
judge nor
roll
jury
in, but
harmed. Isn't not good. That's a
let's see
challenging career. Jesus.
here.
Yeah, it's that's a tough job. Tough job they all have for sure.
Let's see.
Up with BM. Thanks for all the super chats today, brother. He got in there an hour before the shot was taken. How long did it take him to get in position where he was supposed to be? Good question. Also, he was there 4 different times and he was there until the next night. Remember that? The guy saying that? They got footage of him like driving around at night on campus. So he just took the shot and just hung out. Was just driving around campus all day.
Maybe he was trying to
Yeah,
get close
that-
to the area so he could get the gun if he stashed it there. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
But wouldn't you go on foot? Why would you take your car?
I don't know, dude. Again, that's just a bizarre thing that I hadn't
It
heard
is.
of that before. Some new stuff. AJ says, prosecutor, Your Honor, this is my first prosecution. Can you please give me a freebie? Well, if you guys didn't hear what Matt said, apparently the judge and the prosecution team used to all work together.
Yeah.
So
Same office.
Let's see.
CK
This
and
is
Don
all
Jr.
West
were very close
Memphis
friends, so this
stuff.
is why he was there. Yeah. So was JD Vance. So was a bunch of other people that were really close friends with Charlie. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's really
Doesn't-
weird
yeah, it
that
doesn't
like
seem
so
appropriate to
many
me based
people
off of being the president's son.
are there.
Tammy, yo. Don Jr. 's
I
part owner
didn't
of Sun
realize
Media.
like
He's
how many
protecting his
people were
brand.
going to
Really?
be
I didn't
there.
know that.
I didn't know that either.
We have to look that one up. When the shot went off, I knew what weapon that was. Did you ever shoot? If you did ever shot one, you would know. I lost my eye because of the scope as a kid. Yeah, well, I mean, if you ever shoot long guns and you get a little scope backlash because you got your face too close to the gun, that's a newbie thing that can happen for sure. Especially on supposedly Tyler's rifle where the scope is about 4 inches too far back on the gun. So.
Okay.
Have you ever
let's
done that?
see.
Oh yeah,
I think we're
on a
just
Scar-
about ready.
Scar H,
I've got a
first time I
couple
shot
of
one.
false
One of the
memory
teams,
things to look
when I was a
at.
brand new dude. I never shot a Scar before, right? Obviously, been shooting as a kid and growing up, but then that's a military weapon. And yeah, I got behind it and everybody's like, you got to get closer to the scope, dude, because it's got vicious kick, right? It's got a vicious kick on the Scar.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, you got to get closer to the scope, man. And I'm like, nah. I knew enough about rifle to be like, yeah, but whatever. Like all the older dudes are telling me to do it and I'm brand new. So I put it right on my eye. And I'm like, this is
set
probably
you up.
bad. Pull the trigger. And, black-eyed.
Let's see.
Only takes one time.
Let's see, Laser Queen. I want to know if Drew. Let's see. I want to know if he
Okay.
drew his weapon, and 2, what kind of holster did he find? 22.
Okay,
LR
so
toggles. Yeah, but a 22 LR is not going to leave a keyhole size, wound in the neck.
You probably barely even be able to see the entrance wound on that.
right,
It'd be very, very
right.
small.
Not going to 22.
Ted Bundy.
take his
Yeah,
life,
I mean
yes,
Ted Bundy is
theoretically,
definitely a big
but
part of Utah
yeah,
history
I mean,
for
take the cost of
sure.
damage we saw, no way.
Yeah.
Greetings from South
That's why we thought it was
Carolina.
all
Good to
the,
see
A
you.
lot of professional shooters thought it was
Good
an
to see you,
exit
Scott.
when we first saw it because we're like, whoa, that is
Um,
not correct. Yeah.
Let's see,
Let's see
JDub
here.
25. Does all
Okay, I
evidence
think
that will
we're-
be used need to go through preliminary, or are they just putting forward something to get to trial and drop the squeaky hammer then?
That I don't know. We need to ask Barron about that,
Yeah.
of how exactly that works. If evidence they've never shown will still be allowed, I'm not sure. That's definitely a question for Barron.
I don't think
Don
so.
Jr. is there, so Secret Service can take up seats that podcasters would have gotten. That's an interesting theory because he 100% would have
Ooh.
had Secret Service with him. And would be
Very
important.
interesting.
So, good point.
Well, same
Is
with
a
Jeff
very
Osiris
good
being there.
point.
I mean, that's what I was saying with all the people that were sitting there. They were there at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Mhm.
They were just random
Let's
public
see.
members. Those 14 passes they gave out a day, all of them were non-podcasters.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they don't want independent media in there, dude, because they get to see everything.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they don't show it. Remember, when they change all the camera angles, if we got buddies that
Let's
are
see,
there,
is there
they get to look with
any-
their own eyes and see all the evidence.
Anyone
It's not being
else
shown to the public. So
streaming? Let's see.
trial hearsay is accepted, but not as fact. It's used for witness credibility, state of mind. of the witness,
Let's
etc.
see.
Freedom of
Let's,
hearsay is not always accepted, but the goal is probable cause. Defense will grow. That makes sense. But in Utah, it seems a little over the top. Just that they're just accepting basically anything because somebody said it.
Yeah, because somebody said. All right.
5 more to explain. I cannot spell. Sorry, folks. You're good, brother. You're good.
Let's
We got you.
see. Okay, just got to pull up a couple of videos.
Maybe Charlie is there. Mask. Yeah, I don't think Don Jr. is tall enough for that.
Ave Distra. Will Paramount Testicle be in your panel? You know what? Some people have an issue with him, but if you go watch him and Baze together, I think they bonded, and it was a beautiful thing to watch. And I think they're besties now. I'm kind of joking, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, up front, a lot of people looked up to him, and actually, Paramount Tactical is the reason I started looking into this.
Okay.
Because I watched his.
A lot of
his
people
video
said
did
that. Barron said that actually.
Yeah.
So just real quick, I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick. Just reset a little bit. Go ahead, grab some water, grab a snack, whatever you've got to do. And then once I get back, we're going to switch gears a little bit and kind of go from there. Like I said, I've got some MKUltra stuff pulled up, which was the main point of talking about today. So I'm going to be just maybe 5 minutes tops. So don't go anywhere. Not ending the stream. I'm just going to turn off the camera real quick and we'll be right back. Like I said, quick bathroom break, stretch your legs, get up, walk around, whatever you guys got to do. And we will reconvene in just a few minutes.
A bunch of stuff we haven't seen yet, Don Jr. is there representing our greatest ally in case they're called on to testify. Yeah. Yeah, I doubt it.
Don Jr. was close friends to Charlie. Love from AU.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Jazz, thanks for the super sticker or super chat without a message. I can't tell what that is. Kyle, it is just who I am. Anyone remember the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial? They went deep into the metadata of every picture. What I just saw here better not be just it.
I agree, man. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree with you on that.
And if they don't get into metadata, then that's going to cause major issues with the expert witnesses. And I think defense has some of those as well for forensics.
Your highest currency says George then took his pants down, right? Yeah, I showed pictures of it on our stream Friday or Thursday, whenever that was. We did that. Wonder if part of the plan was to leave the holster there to throw everyone off too. Don't know. I think he was in a different area though, where he was nabbed up, if I recall right. But
wasn't Zen still wearing boxers though?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Cindy. We need Batman, aka Christ Yeshua Yahweh. Yeah, we do need him, especially for this one. Wayne Gang, hell yeah, thanks, brother. Thanks, Buff. Lisa says I would call George Zinn in if I was defense. But can they? Yeah, they can pull him out of prison for that, I would imagine. Seems easy enough, right? And the curly-headed guy that started chanting reasonable doubt in real trial, 100%. That I would be like, who the hell are these people? You know? So we'll see. Maybe that's in the Maid trial. Scally says, I'm convinced Douche Jr. is only there for intimidation purposes. Maybe it's because of his friend, but you know.
Taryn Ellis, how is EK seemingly closer to Don Jr., who she allegedly met through her husband, than she is to her husband's parents? All she wants is proximity to power. It's interesting.
Fair point. Nate's pooping again. It's okay, Nate.
Put it 2 in chat if you think Nate was pooping when he went.
In the morning? Come on, guys. I was gone for like 2 minutes. I don't poop that fast. It takes like 45 minutes, man. John Hyman taught me to spare no expense. Hell yeah.
At Lang, thanks for the super and for being a channel member. Due to lack of evidence, Tyler will go free after pretrial. Will be unalived at that time. Can't have another e-file tobacco while incarcerated, so they will set him free to get the deed done.
I don't think they're letting him go, homie.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't think
whatever they're going to do is going to happen while he's in custody.
Yeah, I think this one's going to trial.
Surrendered. Regardless of what happens, TPUSA is toast. No one trusts EK at all. Her ties to Einstein, R2 damaging in public. Valhalla has earned my trust again. See, that's the thing, guys. So here today, I would not be multi-streaming with Valhalla if I thought that he was some kind of fed or something was going on with that. Because
I disagreed with Candace Owen one time on one story and have been on her side 99.9% of the time.
Yep.
And not everybody, like some people maybe only saw that, thought I was a fed or whatever. But guys, go through my content. I have been nothing but supportive of our group and Candace and everybody pretty much 99.999% of the time. If you actually watch.
Well, and look at how Gary treats him.
Yeah, Gary hates my guts and talks shit about me nonstop and does whole expose about what a piece of shit grifter I am. If you haven't put 2 and 2 together. I have not seen that, Burn Dog. Send it to me on Instagram. That's the easiest way for me to get a hold of it. I'll take a look. Cole, thank you. Oh, JD just said in the chat, I've known Valhalla for 20 years. He's a fed. It's true. We have been friends for 20 years.
You can always depend on your friends.
Yeah. The Pudgy Blonde is establishing real reasonable doubt. Who's this?
All right.
Are you talking about the lawyer? That's not
we
very
are
nice,
back.
dude. Come on.
So thank you for holding on there.
It's Kathy Nestor. And I think you guys, she's going to grow on you this week. She's going to grow on you.
Yeah. She seemed great so far. Joe said,
oh, she's a badass. I'm telling you guys right now. Kathleen Nestor.
Admit he was with another officer. He could not
like,
identify mistrial.
Super badass.
He didn't even say officer, Joe. He said a guy with a gun and a badge.
Yeah.
I saw him and we ran up to the roof together. But then she said, what law enforcement department? Who was he with? And he was like,
he didn't even say you verified anything. He just walked with the dude with the badge and a gun, like, hey, let's
got a gun. Let's go, brother. To the roof. Wild.
See,
Erica and Netanyahu's son.
In my opinion, Utah was chosen for the CK unaliving because of their laws and judicial system and
the
laws
not sure what you mean
before this happened.
That's so weird, dude. Yeah, that these hearsay laws were just put into effect in May.
Thanks for intel in the House. Member for 5 months. I have a feeling this trial is going to fall apart.
It's not looking great so far, Danks.
Yeah, and if you guys don't follow Danks, he's one of the homies as well. Make sure you go follow him. Gets very deep into the AI and the technical side of things.
Defense is in on it? I don't think so. I didn't see anything out of the defense that made me think they're trying to railroad. Not today so far.
No.
Not yet. Yeah.
I doubt it. Highly doubt it.
Trial.
Now, granted, it was only Nestor talking today. So we don't know how the other guys are going to do it all.
True. Defense found their version of Mark Furman. Who I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
100% wrong. The defense is definitely not playing. So it's funny how two people can have just completely different opinions on the same stuff we watch. Joe says, if he can't identify a fellow officer, how can you trust him to gather evidence and testify to what's to be witnessed? Mistrial just saying. I agree with you, man. That's like the least credible witness I've ever seen. Second, he got put in front of defense, he fell apart at the seams and couldn't remember anything.
Yep.
Well, and he also said
100%.
that Tyler's car was silver.
Mm-hmm.
It's clearly a gray or like a medium gray.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the color is silver, like officially, like midnight silver or something, but
Yeah.
it doesn't look silver to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also said, what was the other thing he said? That the homicide versus murder.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
There was
like
a lot of
details
today.
Yeah. Heather Pendola. This is shocking. Let's go.
Ben says, if there's a conspiracy here, the conspirator/assassin only needed a patsy distraction long enough to lose evidence, not necessarily conviction.
Sticky Icky Liberty. I'd like defense to ask witnesses to identify Tyler Robinson and ask if he saw Tyler Robinson on campus that day. Also ask him how he knows who TR is.
Big thanks for covering this, guys. Listening in from Utah while at work. I bet this is a big deal in Utah right now, huh? Keep in mind, this courtroom has never seen a case anywhere near this high profile. Nothing happens here. That's
okay. That's bullshit. Ted
Stuff
Bundy.
happens there. It just.
I
no
think
one
he
gets
means like
caught.
crazy high profile stuff like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Doing it
this
now.
is
And
by
or
far
John,
the
whichever one you are. Thank you for
most
your
high
number and
profile
super chat.
case.
Fox
for
News
sure.
claims Erica was holding Charlie's mom's hand. Did she? We couldn't see it.
We didn't see it.
Now, isn't Fox News a mouthpiece for that side?
Yes. Yes. That's TPUSA's big brother right there. Is it true Tatum is there? I didn't see him, but we did have a few people commenting that. We'll find out on Twitter tonight, I'm sure.
Kyle, it is just who I am. Thanks for the big super chat. I know I showed this earlier, but we didn't get a chance to read it, so I'll go ahead and read it. I just want to leave this here right now, depending on where this goes, based on this man's raw response. It is clear that Candace and everyone else have done way more honest investigation. Long story short, we know what really happened that day.
So far, it feels like it. But so far, it feels like the independent journalists have done way more. But we'll see.
100%.
GG Butler,
100%.
thanks for the super sticker.
Okay.
Turek confirmed
so
he looked at drone footage before. Wasn't that interesting?
I definitely
He said there was no drones, but then later he said there was drones.
I thought that was interesting as well.
Witness, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to stay on this stream just for a minute to catch some of these supers. I think people are bringing up some awesome points. But let's see. They've been going for quite a while. They started all pretty early. But let's see, we've been here hour 35. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm just getting going, baby. So give me just a sec. Let's see. Let me just make myself a little bit more comfortable. I'm gonna switch gears here. I think when he's found not guilty, they'll blame Candace. Yeah, exactly. They'll do some shit. Let's see here. So I'm gonna click off of that. Let's see. Let's go ahead, disconnect that. Go ahead and close that. Give me just a sec. Let me get this pulled up. We're gonna head on over to another channel real quick. Let's see. Let me connect this up real quick, and then we will. Okay, make sure you guys have sound. All right, we're gonna go hit hit this. Let's see here. Let me just readjust some things. Boop, boop, boo. Okay. Let's see. In Florida, I'm still not sure what you're referencing. Erica and Netanyahu's son. Yeah, completely over my head. Let's see. So what I have pulled up is I actually haven't watched this, so we're going to be watching this together for the first time. Let's see. Turn subtitles off. So what this is a a breakdown of the 9 bombshells found in the MKUltra mind control showdown. Basically, the MKUltra hearings that Anna Paulina Luna was spearheading the other day. This is a look at, I guess, 9 bombshells that were found. I do have a few opinions to share regarding. I've seen some people. I'm not going to name names, but specifically, I've seen some people, particularly on X, who share an opinion that just because we didn't learn anything new, that this was all just like a show. It's completely meaningless because they didn't pull in any survivors or anything. My understanding, this was the first in what's supposed to be multiple hearings. Second of all, if they're talking about it at all, that's better than them not talking about it. Because the same people who are complaining that they didn't pull in survivors or that we didn't learn anything new or anything else, they can either talk about it or not talk about it. So granted, in a perfect world, yes, pull in all sorts of survivors, get all sorts of brand new testimony. 100%, I agree with that. But do you want them talking about it or do you want them not talking about it? Because it can go either way. They've not talked about it for decades. So I think people are expecting too much out of the government. It's like, if we get anything, breadcrumbs included, you should be happy with it because of how terrible they are. Just saying. So, let's see. Let's see. So somebody had posted just now a link to an investigation. The Paradise Papers, Trump intelligence advisor, previously helped father pursue millions from Kremlin-linked bank. Honestly, I don't give a shit. If I'm sorry. However, send it to me, message me on X. If you're on X, go ahead and send it to me. I mean, I'll take a look at it. I just don't cover Trump shit because I just don't give a shit. I mean, fuck Trump. Fuck that dude. I mean, he's corrupt, like, no surprise. What I'm trying to say is it's not that I don't care. It's just that it's not a surprise, and other people cover Trump stuff. It's just not what I do. So, but feel free to send it to me. I will gladly take a look at it. And if it is interesting enough, I will gladly cover it on the show. So, but yeah, I mean, if it's Trump related, I'm just not going to cover it, most likely. So, yeah, 100%. Fuck the state. Let me say that again. Fuck the state. Seriously. Like, yeah, I don't care what name they put on it. It's the state. 100%. That's my thing. That's why I don't cover Trump stuff, because most of the Trump stuff isn't like showing actual corruption. It's like trying to be like, see, I told you, Trump. And it's like, I don't, what? No. Like, this is more of a got you on Trump than it is like a, like trying to look at actual corruption. And I just don't, I just don't care. And it's like, they're all corrupt. They're all fucking corrupt. May Almighty Creator protect you all. Well, Christ is Lord. Christ is Lord for sure. Who the hell? I have a text. Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. Yeah, Christ is Lord. Christ is King. So, yep. No problem. Thank you so much for being here. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, that's the only person I care about. I mean, at this point, yeah, I agree. Yeah, as a ruler, 100% Christ is King. Anyways, let's move on. Let's take a look. Just before we start this, go ahead, hit the like, share, subscribe, all of those things. I will be covering more of this stuff. We will be doing more Tyler Robinson preliminary stuff. So make sure and hang out for that. Go ahead and check in the episode description. I have all sorts of links for everything. You can, in fact, I don't know why I haven't been hitting this. Might as well. allmylinks.com/rise to liberty. You can find that. Let's see here. Raise this up just a little bit. Go ahead. Boom. Save that. There we go. Yep. I am 100% viewer and listener funded and supported. I don't have any big, huge supporters, although I will give a huge shout out over to Cult of Conspiracy. Those guys have been playing my shows over on their network. So make sure and go check them out. Yeah, give them some love. Cult of Conspiracy gave me a real great opportunity, which has now allowed me to make this my full time. So go give them some love. And they've got some amazing creators over there, so go check them out. So, hell yes. Thank you so much for being here, Tara. Always good to see you. Evening, Rise to Liberty, UK love. Good to see you. Jay. Glad to have you here. Okay, MKUltra. Been in the news all over the place, Yeah, good stuff. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So yeah, it's been all over the place, which like I was saying, there's been some people complain about this. Oh, they're not talking about what I want them to talk about. Yes, I understand. But they could not be talking about it at all. So what do you want? What do you want? So this is from the Law and Crime Network. The title is 9 Bombshells in MKUltra Mind Control Showdown. So let's check it out and let's see what they have to say.
Ways to destroy a human mind and body. MKUltra conducted the most extreme experiments on human beings that have ever been carried out by a U.S. government agency.
MKUltra The reported clandestine CIA program of mind control and influence was thrust into the global spotlight during a bombshell congressional hearing. From Jack Ruby and Charles Manson as potential assets to an alleged murder cover-up to a 3-year-old girl's death and current allegations, including the attempted assassination of Donald Trump to the Charlie Kirk alleged assassination. We are going to break down the key moments from this testimony and put everything into context. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So one of the questions I always get here on Sidebar and when I cover things on Law and Crime is how are you guys able to turn all of these clips around so quickly on the stories that are rapidly developing? And if you're interested in it, if you're into social media, if you're putting things out, in content creation in any way, we use something called Opusclip. So this is an all-in-one AI editor that makes it really easy to cut, create, and upload videos across any platform. Ideas and edit like a pro. Seem to know about this from public records.
Disregard that. I'm not giving Opusclip a free fucking commercial. Fuck them.
Reporting. To give you an idea of this, according to the National Security Archive, the CIA has been accused of conducting experiments on people using drugs and hypnosis.
Oh, no. They have not just been accused. It's been proven blatantly. In fact, we are going to go through some of the methods used by these sick fucks. We're going to cover some of that here in just a little bit. So stay tuned for that. Content warning, just heads up. When we get to that, I'll make sure and let you guys know ahead of time, just for those with weak constitutions or those who might find it disturbing. However, excuse me. They have not just, it's not just alleged, it's been undoubtedly proven that they conducted these experiments. They were highly unethical, highly illegal. So, just wanted to correct that record.
And isolation and sensory deprivation as part of projects with code names such as Bluebird and Artichoke and MKUltra. It is believed.
Yes, these are all kind of one and the same. Bluebird came first, Artichoke came next, MKUltra came next, MK Search came after. So it didn't end with MKUltra. MKUltra also didn't end.
That MKUltra was authorized after Alan Dulles became the director of the Central Intelligence Agency in 1953.
Absolutely true. In fact, I actually have I finally found the essay that Alan Dulles gave. He gave this speech. It's called like the power of mind, or the importance of mind control, something like that, something along those lines. I'm actually going to read it in its entirety, record it, and put it up just by itself. So be on the lookout for that. But I finally found the actual essay. He literally gave this, like I said, I guess it's a speech, or like read this essay or something. And then the next day, literally the next day, signed it into law, or not signed it into law, I guess, signed the creation documents that would basically start MKUltra from there. And this dude was a fucking psychopath. Definitely a sadist for sure. And what's interesting, he gets fired by Kennedy, right? Because of MKUltra mainly. And he ends up on the Warren Commission. So isn't that interesting?
Now, a name that you're going to hear a lot about is Sidney Gottlieb. So Sidney Gottlieb has been credited as basically the chief architect of MKUltra, according to the National Archives. There is reportedly documentation supporting the existence of MKUltra, such as a 1951 memo about a meeting between CIA and foreign intelligence officials regarding.
I mean, you can literally go to the Black Vault and find every single document. And read them all for yourself. So they are publicly available. They are out there. if it's a topic that you're interested in, I highly recommend doing it. However, a lot of it's boring. A lot of it's quite boring, in fact. But there's also, like, when it heats up and it's super spicy, it is super spicy. So
mind control research, or a 1956 memo in which Gottlieb apparently signs off on a project that would, quote, evaluate the effects of large doses of LSD 25 in normal human volunteers on federal prisoners out in Atlanta. According to the New York Times, back in 1977, then CIA Director Stanfield Turner testified that the agency had covertly supported research into the control of human behavior at 80 institutions. We're talking colleges, we're talking universities, but it also apparently operated in federal institutions, hospitals, pharmaceutical houses.
I think this is definitely worth highlighting real quick. Scott says, my father was a drug dealer who just happened to get a job as head pharmacy tech at Carswell Air Force Base during the Vietnam War era. Safe to say he was involved in some nefarious activities. Needless to say, for sure.
And I'll say the scariest part of the MKUltra project was that, and this was the allegation, that substances and methods were administered to unwitting subjects, that they didn't even know what was going on. According to Britannica, the program operated primarily from 1953 to 1964, and the alleged goal was to erase someone's memory and then control them. The idea, the goal, the objective, it was aimed at countering the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Now, Britannica's article
allegedly
on MKUltra's origin states that Alan Dulles believed the Soviets had already developed mind control techniques. So this is a way to respond.
Yeah, I don't know if we actually believe that.
Operation Midnight Climax. And this is described by History.com that in 1955, a former Federal Bureau of Narcotics agent, apparently hired by the CIA, set up a trap bedroom out in
George White was a piece of shit, by the way. For those who don't know, George White is the man who ran Operation Midnight Climax. And I was just thinking about this the other day. How crazy is this, okay? The CIA sets up a brothel. They hire prostitutes and basically pay them in drugs and making sure that their criminal charges go away. That's it. Maybe a little cash here and there. Maybe give them, let them sleep at the brothel or whatever. But basically they let George White just run this place. He wasn't actually doing anything. The dude was a straight sadist. He genuinely derived pleasure out of harming people. And it's just like, what exactly were you trying to figure out, right? Like, what exactly did you think that, like, what information were you trying to gather by putting a brothel together where prostitutes would drug Johns and George White would sit there watching them, recording them, drinking martinis and doing drugs all night? Like, to me, this is just, this isn't like even regular CIA behavior. This is just, well, okay, I'll take that back. I was going to say, this is just regular criminal behavior, but what is the CIA other than state sanctioned criminals? So I don't, Midnight Climax, I haven't covered it a whole lot just because it's such like a common story. Like, I've always wanted to cover the stuff that's not quite as well known, but holy shit. Like, when you really start tearing back the layers and start thinking about what it is you're talking about with Midnight Climax, it becomes very interesting, to say the least.
San Francisco, where sex workers would be hired to lure men into this room. The men would be dosed
Prostitutes.
with LSD without their knowledge, and then they were observed through a two-way mirror. And there were questions that swirled about whether the purpose was just to study the effect.
Yeah, but they weren't observed by anyone other than like George White and like his druggy friends. So it's not like right now they have a doctor on the screen, right? This is kind of deceptive. They weren't being watched by doctors. All of these guys, like they weren't technically even CIA agents. They were, I guess, closer to like CIs, confidential informants, or assets, maybe. I even calling them assets, I guess, would be kind of, I mean, what's crazy is like George White was given like the full strength and authority of a CIA agent, and given a blank check and just said, go for it. And then for like 10 years, he did this. He did this in New York and in San Francisco, in and around San Francisco. And then on top of that, Sidney Gottlieb would come and check out what was happening. I assume partake in drugs also, while also possibly, allegedly, partaking in the prostitutes. Now, another thing that I've read from accounts, but I've never been able to prove, is that some of the prostitutes that were used were underage. Can't prove that. I'm just going to throw that out there. I've read that. Can't prove it. I don't know how you would prove it at this point, because like whatever documents would prove that would for suredly be gone. But it just kind of flows, you know, like it makes sense that some of them would be underage. Just, you know, like if I had a gun to my head and had to assume or like bet on one direction or another that some of them were underage, I would say, yeah, of course they were. It makes sense. And here's another thing. I believe Midnight Climax was actually part of this whole blackmail thing, right? Like this was really them trying to figure out in a scientific way how exactly best to perform the blackmail. Like that's what Midnight Climax was. So, you know, there you go.
Of drugs or, you know, voyeurism. It is believed that in 1973, Gottlieb and then CIA Director Richard Helms ordered the destruction of most of the original MKUltra records. Britannica reports that Gottlieb himself.
Yes, they ordered the destruction of the documents allegedly, because it was going, if the public were to ever find out, it would be an embarrassment for the agency. I don't think they really give a shit about being embarrassed. I think they do give a shit about committing crimes against humanity. You know, considering a lot of these tests and experiments happened during and after the Nuremberg trials, you know.
Shredded 7 boxes of documents. However, it appears that some material did get out in the 70s, that a FOIA request for CIA financial records uncovered additional files about MKUltra, that they had been mislabeled.
Financial
and that's
records.
Basically the broad overview, that no one has been prosecuted for any alleged criminal activity associated with this program. So where's the accountability? Where's the answers? Now, before I even get into that testimony that you're going to hear from these witnesses and the more specifics of, for example, the alleged abuse, Charles Manson, Jack Ruby, the strange death of this guy named Frank Olson. What could be happening today? Is the government operating anything like that today? It's an interesting conversation to have. We'll get into it. But the best way to explain what MKUltra is, or what the CIA has been accused of doing, is to go to the opening statement from Task Force on the Declassification of Federal Secrets Chairwoman Anna Paulina Luna. okay, representative from
Why
Florida.
is she
And
chairing
she
this?
emphasized that this is about transparency. This is about getting answers. It's about the American people deserving to know what happened and bringing justice for anyone.
And once again, to those out there complaining that we didn't learn anything new or that they didn't bring in survivors, once again, this is supposed to be one hearing in multiple hearings. Okay. Also, once again, they can talk about it or not. Now, if we get people talking about this, that is way better than people not talking about it, regardless of if we learn anything new or not. Now, once again, a perfect world. Yes, we want to learn new things. We need to know these things, but they can either talk about it or not talk about it. So take what you can get and unfortunately kind of be happy with it. Take what you can get, and then it's going to be on people like us to push it the rest of the way, or push it as far as we can get it, really, which is what I'm doing. People have started talking about it. Let's keep talking about it. Let's keep it in the cycle. Let's keep, people interested in hearing about it. It's really important that we do.
That was affected or victimized, including their families. But take a listen to how she describes it.
Project MKUltra was not a policy failure or an overzealous program that got out of hand. It was a deliberate, systematic governmental operation that subjected American citizens, prisoners, hospital patients, veterans, ordinary people to LSD, electroshock, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, psychological torture without their knowledge or consent. This went on for 20 years on American soil, funded by American taxpayer dollars and authorized by the very top of the U.S. intelligence apparatus. And this program, when it did end, the men who ran it did not cooperate with investigators. They did not come forward. They committed another crime. They destroyed evidence. The documents this task force has reviewed are unambiguous. In January 1973, the director of the CIA, Richard Helms, prepared to leave office. He personally ordered the destruction of MKUltra records. The CIA official document in writing states, over my stated objectives, the MKUltra files were destroyed by the order of DCI Mr. Helms shortly before his departure from office. A separate internal account confirms that Helms telephoned Dr. Gottlieb directly and instructed him to destroy, quote, all files pertaining to drug research and associated activities. Gottlieb compiled 4 people, spent an entire day tearing, burning down 152 files. Then Gottlieb had his personal papers destroyed by his secretary before he retired. The head of the CIA-owned records center protested the destruction in writing, but he was overruled. That is obstruction of justice. That is criminal destruction of federal records, and neither individuals were ever charged with a crime for it.
Okay, let's go to the witnesses. Now, one of the witnesses at the hearing was Dr. Stephen Kinzer, and he is a senior fellow in international and public affairs at Brown University.
Would we really call him a witness? I mean, well, okay, I guess he's a witness in the hearing, but I think that's misleading because that's like acting as though he's an MKUltra witness, which I would maybe, he's an MKUltra researcher. He wrote a book on it. He wrote a pretty decent book on Sidney Gottlieb, the poisoner in chief, I believe. It's kind of a limited hangout. It's still pretty good though. Just all limited hangouts. There's always good information. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like the thing is if we can never trust a Fed, like we'll never get to the truth. Like we'll never be able to we'll never really be able to get to any sort of truth if we can't trust some of these sources to an extent. It's just JJ is not a cop. Anyways, what's interesting is like if we can't trust some of these sources to a certain degree, then how are we ever going to get any of the information? another aspect of the conspiracy culture, which drives me nuts. It's like, oh, he's a Fed. You know, we can't listen to anything that he says. Okay, you people are fucking exhausting sometimes, but sure, whatever. You keep doing that. But no, you're good, dude. You're good.
University, and he wrote a book titled Poisoner in Chief, Sidney Gottlieb and the CIA Search for Mind Control. And he discussed the reported purposes of this program and some of its alleged activities.
I'm painfully aware that I have discovered only a small portion of what MKUltra was and what Sidney Gottlieb did. In 1951, the CIA hired Gottlieb and directed him to launch what became MKUltra.
Yep.
Gottlieb believed that in order to find a way to implant a new mind into someone's brain, you first had to find a way to destroy the mind that was in there already. By any standard, they qualify as medical torture. These experiments
100%.
took place in prisons, clinics, and safe houses in the United States, in Europe, in Asia, and even in Latin America.
Yes.
Officers of MKUltra were authorized to travel to foreign countries, preferably those under formal or informal U.S. occupation, and ask the local CIA station to provide them with expendables, human beings who would not be missed if they disappeared. Gottlieb had what amounted to a license to kill issued by the U.S. government. Neither the number of MKUltra victims nor the number of those who were experimented to death is known. Gottlieb, as a result of this license to kill, might have been the most powerful unknown American of the 20th century.
I would
Some
agree with that.
information about MKUltra spilled out during the 1970s, but senior CIA officers had intentionally let Gottlieb operate without supervision.
Yep.
So they were able to claim that they knew nothing about his excesses. This was a way
Exactly.
for the CIA to deny its institutional role in MKUltra and to portray it misleadingly.
Yes, this is actually a good point. Ted Gunderson. Now, I don't agree that he told us like everything that he said wasn't the truth, but a majority of it, I believe, was. This is just how this is how this is how this stuff sort of works, is that there's enough of the truth in there, but just tiny amounts of lies. And now one of the ways that we find out what the truth is we compare notes, right? Which is why it's actually so important for us to still be talking about this stuff. That's, I mean, this was started in the 50s. We're still talking about it today. It's so important because we've got to keep it going. For one, it keeps it in the public consciousness. Two, it keeps people thinking about it fresh in the front of their minds. Three, we can look at the work that people have already done, and then we can compare it to what we continually learn. Like, we can compare what we've learned from the whole Epstein thing and compare it to what we already know about MKUltra and the trafficking rings and all of these other things, and we can kind of piece together what's true, what's not true. Now, it takes a lot of work, and it takes so many people to do this because these rings and these operations are so complicated. They're so intensely complex. But it has to be done. It has to be done.
As the product of one man's sadism or excessive zeal.
I'm going to tell you right now, look, there has been a lot of research and study on this topic, of course. But what you're hearing,
and we
is
should
the
never stop.
opinion of
We should
Dr.
never
Kinzer.
stop.
It's going to be impossible for us right now to fact check every specific detail and claim that he and, the other witness made during this hearing. So we're going to play it for you. You're going to hear what they have to say. We're going to try to put it into context, but also giving you the opportunity. You hear it, You can do some research on your own. I do want to play you something. When they discuss the reported abuses of this program, listen to what Dr. Kinzer says. And you're also, by the way, you're going to hear from investigative journalist Tom O'Neill, the other witness that day, author of...
Oh boy, do I have some opinions about Tom O'Neill, most of which I'm just not going to get into, at least live. I'll say some things though, but we'll get there.
Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the secret history of the 60s.
What are some of the worst abuses that you're aware of in the MKUltra program?
I can start by just naming, I'll talk about one in particular that always sticks in my mind. In the federal prison in Lexington, Kentucky, a group of African-American inmates was segregated and fed what were described in the protocol as double, triple, and quadruple doses of LSD every day for 77 days.
Did they all survive?
We have no idea what happened to them. This has stuck with me ever since I wrote that book. What happened to them? Did they ever find out what was given to them? Did they think they were going crazy? Did they? I think if the...
Do you think we're still experimenting on prisoners or people in prison today?
100%.
I don't have any information about that.
Okay.
What were the average ages, if you know, of the people that were experimented on? Were these children? Were these middle-aged? Were they...
All ages.
Well, there were adolescent studies done in juvenile detention facilities and jails with kids who were 16, 17.
They needed to know how this stuff was going to affect every age. So, like, what, you know, I mean, I don't know. It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
17, 18 years old. And
also, my opinion on Tom O'Neill is kind of like, he is this disinfo agent, right? He kind of like looks one direction without looking at the full picture. And he covers up some of the picture. That's not to say that there's no information that comes from him. There is some good information that comes from him. And his book has kind of changed, in my opinion, largely for the better. I just don't think it's the full truth, right? And I believe that the reason it's not the full truth is intentional, is what I'll say. The reason it's not the full truth is intentional and knowing. Although I'm sure he would disagree, but
institutional schools for wayward kids, the National Training School for Boys here in Washington, D.C. had them.
And when it comes to secret experimentation right after World War II, you know there's going to be a discussion about Germany and the Nazis and this alleged operation called Operation Paperclip, where the United States reportedly recruited German scientists and engineers and brought them to the United States.
Operation Paperclip brought over 1,600 German scientists into the United States government after World War II, including individuals
Operation Paperclip, I mean, was literally just us joining forces with the Nazis. That's all that was, you know? Like, I don't know. It's just like, we brought over a shit ton of them, the most important ones, and we joined forces with the fucking Nazis. Like, and then they continued the same work that they were doing over in Nazi Germany. They just did it here in the United States. That's what Operation Paperclip was. There you go.
Conducted human experimentation in concentration camps. The CIA and military were aware of their backgrounds and recruited them anyways. In your research, did you find direct documentation between Paperclip scientists and the development of MKUltra's experimental protocol?
Operation Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, it kicked off with the whole Charlie Kirk thing. So that's there we go.
Protocols, specifically the use of mescaline, hypnosis, and sensory deprivation, which were techniques also documented at Dachau.
Absolutely. Kurt Blome, who was the...
Yeah, I mean, lots of people have. I mean, I've heard 1,600, I've heard 1,200, I've heard 2,500. I don't think we actually know. I think whatever records were kept are probably long gone. I don't think they ever actually kept solid records of Operation Paperclip. You know, I don't know. I just it doesn't make sense to me that they would, if they're trying to hide this, they're not going to keep like solid records. And maybe if they did in the beginning and then they were destroyed for the intentions of covering it up. You know, they probably took an inventory right at first to make sure everyone was here, to make sure that everyone was processed correctly, and then it was all promptly destroyed. That would be my guess. So I'm just kind of guessing there, you know, speculating, but it just, from what I understand in the way that these people operate, that's what would make sense to me. They, like they said, they kept records, make sure everyone was here, make sure everyone was processed correctly, sent where they needed to go, make sure that they were working on what they needed to work on correctly, and then all information about that was destroyed. So, and just real quick before we continue on, I actually believe he's absolutely dead. I've thought about the whole aspect of this because I don't believe that, like, for instance, with Timothy McVeigh, for instance, like, I believe Tim McVeigh was Paul Weisopel. So Paul Weisopel is still alive. He's still an FBI agent. He's still, I believe he's still FBI, or maybe he's retired. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But with Kirk, it was because he had the ability to command so many people. It's just so much easier to just kill him and tie up the loose end. Like, it's just easier to get rid of him, you know? And also because I do believe, and I'm not going to say, Juicebox is most likely responsible. So I'll leave it at that. You know, I can't say too much more because I don't want my stream to disappear. Yes, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Juicebox. Yes. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, those people are known for just killing you, you know? They're just known for doing that. So that's kind of their thing. I swear to God, they just love doing it. It's like a genetic disposition to where, like, they are just genetically disposed to doing this and causing harm. You know, like, sadism kind of runs in their genetics, which is actually, and I'll kind of move on from this because I'm treading in really murky water, but this is actually why I believe that, at least to some extent, the Holocaust happened, because only somebody that has been that traumatized can cause that much trauma to other people. So that's just what I'll say. I'll leave it there. I can't say too much more. Maybe on a private live stream at a later date, I'll get into that. But yeah, that's why I believe in it, at least for the most part. Still don't think it's 100% of what we're told, obviously, because nothing is. But yeah, I mean, you can't cause that amount of pain and suffering to other people without being that traumatized, you know? So something happened.
The chief of biological weapons development for the Nazi government came to work for the CIA. So did Walter Schreiber, who was the Surgeon General of the Nazi army.
Kind of. I mean, it's all kind of murky, though, is the problem. History records are all just like, I don't know. I wouldn't say that it was like a cover, because they were clearly experimenting on those people. And I mean, there's documents to prove that. There's witnesses to prove that. There's everything that we could need to prove that the experiments were taking place. Like, we have it. Although, shit like the lampshades and the soap making and stuff, that shit's also fake, and gay, but there's other stuff that's very clearly real. So, and this is what I mean. Like, it's murky, that the truth is not exactly what we're told. There's a lot of stuff that we're told that's just like way above and beyond that isn't, but there's like very clear, defined stuff. And like I said, everything that was happening here in the United States during MKUltra was previously happening in Germany and Poland and all these other places. But that's a whole discussion for a different show. So we'll move on from that. So this podcast is great. Wish we had more in the live stream. Well, I'm not ending now, so still going for a little bit more. And I will be getting back to my normal streaming schedule here soon, which is I don't know. I'll talk about the streaming schedule probably towards the end. So
I can just tell a brief story. When I was researching my book, I found what I think might be the first secret CIA prison or black site. It's a nice chalet in Germany. And the guy who now owns it took me into the basement. He said these were the cells where the MKUltra officers, working side by side with Nazis, carried out those gruesome experiments, which were actually just continuations of the experiments that those Nazis had been conducting just a few years earlier, right down the road.
There we go. That's exactly what I was just saying. So,
For
interesting.
timeline and clarification, these experiments were happening after the Nuremberg trials, correct? So the CIA would have known that these were crimes against humanity.
Unit 731. 100%.
I looked for an episode in which the Nuremberg
Japanese version
doctrines
of
were posted
MKUltra.
on the wall in some MKUltra or CIA office, and I was never able to find any indication that those Nuremberg principles ever were even consulted, much less obeyed.
By the way, Luna said she's going to reach out to the German government.
100%. This is why
Charles Manson, Jack.
This is why, before we get into the Charles Manson, Jack Rubenstein stuff, this is why, friend of the show, Rotting Jules, Dana, has always said that Nuremberg was fake and gay. It was a show trial. It didn't mean anything. It was to lead the public down a road of a false sense of security that, truth, light, and justice actually exists in the world, while in secret, they were still performing the most heinous, unethical acts ever. So, and yeah, they were all forced confessions, 100%. Yeah, exactly. Like Nuremberg, it was a show trial, it's crazy. Female speaker on the panel. Yeah, Anna Paulina Luna. I mean, well, she did used to do adult content, from what I understand, or used to be a dancer or something. I'm pretty sure she was a stripper at one point. Makes sense.
Ruby. So the question became, were they MKUltra subjects? Were they assets? Start with Charles Manson, cult leader
I
whose
see.
followers
Yes,
carried out
Dana is a
savage
very
murders.
pretty woman.
In the summer
Yes,
of
she is.
1969, 4 young people acting on the orders of a cult leader named Charles Manson went to the home of movie director Roman Polanski and murdered.
Oh yeah, I'm not making a judgment about her telling the truth. And I'm not making a judgment regarding her telling the truth and that her telling the truth is based upon her being a stripper, yeah, I'm not making that connection, just for clarification.
Everyone they found there, including his 8.5-month pregnant wife, the actress Sharon Tate. The victims were complete strangers to their killers. The following night, Manson's followers murdered another couple in the same grisly fashion. How had Manson, a barely literate ex-con, acquired the ability to persuade ordinary young
Now we're
people
caught up.
to murder complete strangers simply because he had told them to? The pursuit of the answer.
I only get my parapolitical information from strippers. You know what? At this point, it's probably like a way better source than like any government shit. So, you know what? You know, I mean, hey, that's where cops get a lot of information. Exactly. You know, strippers and hookers have their ear to the ground. So, you know, no shame. I mean, people in the streets, man, they know what's going on in the streets.
To that question led me to Dr. Louis Julian West, known to his friends as Jolly. West was one of the most influential psychiatrists in America. I'll spare you the long and tedious story of how my Manson reporting led me to West, except to say that
Okay, now, this is the one thing I do appreciate from Tom O'Neill is the information that he did gather on Jolly West. That's like the only reason I bought the book. The reason I still keep it in my library is because of the information that he was able to gather and the information on Vince Bugliosi being such a piece of shit. I don't believe Tom was necessarily the first person to know that he was a piece of shit. Obviously, the information was out there. I just think he was the first person to gather it up and put it into a story. But I definitely appreciate that aspect of it. So, you know.
I eventually learned that in 1967, when Manson transformed into the cult leader we are familiar with today.
Okay, here's the thing about Manson too, okay? Like, oh my God. We're expected to believe that Manson, I believe a junior high dropout, right? Like, which, hey, I'm a high school dropout, so I'm not really making that sort of judgment, but a junior high dropout, okay, which is pretty damn young. A junior high dropout somehow figured out highly technical and highly sophisticated new CIA brainwashing technology just all on his own. Just figured that out all on his own. I ain't fucking buying it. I am not fucking buying it. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's a contradiction. And anyone that knows anything about anyone that knows anything about logic knows that contradictions cannot exist. It's a contradiction, and it's absurd to think that this not very intelligent man, or not like a book smart man, he was very street smart. He was streetwise. He was, I mean, he was a criminal. I believe ran a pornography ring and a child prostitution ring. I mean, some of the Manson family girls were underage, you know, so take that for what it is. But this man figured out this highly technical, this highly technical process in which to brainwash people in just like a short amount of time. Was released from prison, kept out from prison, even though he kept breaking parole, and like somehow learned all of this on his own and then brainwashed a bunch of people into committing these acts. Like, I don't know, man. It's just like, you're expecting me to believe a lot of shit to believe the official story, you know? And even if what I think the official story is that Manson was most likely trained to be able to perform this sort of brainwashing on people, like, even if that's not true, I believe it is true, but even if it's not true, I still don't believe the official story. Helter Skelter's bullshit. And that's one thing. And I guess another thing that I appreciate about Tom O'Neill is that his Vince Bugliosi stuff really kind of showed that at least the official story is bullshit. So, and once again, I'm not going to fully credit him with that. I don't think he's just the one that compiled all of it. He did speak to Vince before he died, obviously. But I mean, his wife was like terrified of this information coming out and stuff. Like there's a bunch of stuff, but like, I don't know. It's wild, man. I just, the official story, the Helter Skelter angle, it's all bullshit. It is all bullshit for sure.
He and his followers were receiving free medical care at a clinic in San Francisco where West had established a base of operations for a research project he was conducting nearby. After becoming intrigued by the allegations against West, I learned that UCLA, his last academic home,
I believe so.
had
I
inherited
definitely
his
believe
paper
so.
following his death in 1999. Nearly 2 months and more than 200 boxes later, I found the proverbial needle in a haystack. Correspondence between West and Dr. Sidney Gottlieb,
100%.
the architect of MKUltra. What I was able to prove was that from the moment Manson was released from federal prison in 1967, he violated his parole, went to the Bay Area without permission, and was immediately put under the supervision of a federal parole officer who basically gave him leniency as he gathered his group of followers, gave them drugs.
I mean, I don't think Tate was a fake death. I don't believe that it was like unintended, like that the murder was extremely intentional. You know, I don't know. You know, maybe I should get Dana on, or, you know, start covering some of the Manson stuff. I mean, she's just done such a good job. I just don't even want to touch it, you know, if I'm being honest. I don't know. It's the one thing I can say, Manson was known by everybody. Like, everyone knew him. Everyone knew who he was, what he was about. And yeah, she was playing around with the devil just like the rest of them. They were all devil worshipers, every single one of them, because it was the new thing. It was the hip thing, man. It was cool to worship the devil, right? Like this was new, and it was like breaking consciousness, and it was like the new age and shit. And like, this is why I fucking hate hippies, man. I do. I fucking hate them because they're the ones that introduced all this fucking trash. And it's all wrapped up in this like rose colored glasses so you can't see the red flag nonsense, you know? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Dominated them, turned them into more or less subservient robots who would do anything he said. All that happened under the watchful eye of a parole officer named Roger Smith, who was also doing drug research at the same clinic that Jolly West had set up his operation to recruit subjects. All the way until 1969, when Manson finally ordered the murders that he was later convicted of, he had been arrested repeatedly for escalating crimes.
Now, O'Neill acknowledges he wasn't able to prove definitively, absolutely, that Manson was an asset through MKUltra. And in fact, there hasn't been, as far as we've seen.
Yeah. So about this real quick, Aquino, the way he tells it is that he just saw them leaving Rosemary's Baby and asked somebody like on the street or whatever. But yeah, I believe that's actually where they met. That he actually spoke to them. Very, very interesting though. Very interesting timing. Almost like it was planned to happen. Rosemary Baby was a great movie. It is a great movie, which is crazy. Roman Polanski, I mean, he's a piece of shit. He's a real piece of shit, but he can make a movie. He can make a movie.
Verified, definitive proof that what Manson did was caused by or connected to a federal government.
Okay, what I do think is proved with Manson, like without a doubt, and nobody, even Nicholas Schreck, can like shine this away, is that Manson violated his parole many times, many times, while he was under the watch of a federal parole officer, and the federal parole officer understood and knew that Manson was doing this, and nothing happened. He should have been sent back to prison many a times, but he wasn't. The question, I mean, I don't think, I believe that there's more than enough conjecture and what we do know for us to be able to say exactly what happened and why. But you know, the people that want to be naysayers and the people that want to you know, where are my facts, bro? Where are the documents stating that Manson was whatever? I mean, those people, the people that really want to like shine us on, you still can't deny that he was breaking parole and all the weird shit around it. So fucking take that for what it is.
Government operation. What about Jack Ruby, the guy who killed
Rubenstein.
Harvey Oswald, right? This was actually explored by filmmaker Errol Morris,
Rubenstein.
who also produced a film about psychiatrist Louis Jolly West, this doctor. And the allegation was that Dr. West conducted a psychiatric examination of Jack Ruby and declared him insane.
Rubenstein.
So with that in mind, I want you to listen to what O'Neill says here.
Jack Ruby, I believe, this is something else. The Warren Commission investigation on the Warren Commission was Alan Dulles, the former CIA director, who authorized and ran MKUltra until he was fired by President Kennedy. The liaison to the committee for the CIA, who handled the information coming from the CIA back and forth to the Warren Commission, was Richard Helms, who was a direct supervisor of Jolly West. They knew who West was. They
100%.
knew that what West was capable of.
That's an important statement right there. This is an important statement, and I'm glad he made this, because the people who knew West, who knew Jolly West, knew exactly what he was capable of. They, without a doubt, they knew what he was capable of. Like, it's crazy to me that anyone would think otherwise, right? Like, he was one of the top MKUltra contractors for so long, almost his entire life, right? I would say maybe not there towards the end. He probably stepped back more and more as he got older, but I mean, this is why he's in my intro, because he is so influential to all of this. You know, I don't know, man. It's just, point is, I'm glad he made this point, and it's on the official record. Because here, okay, once again, to the people crying about this, like, oh, we didn't learn anything new. They didn't call in any survivors or whatever. Okay, to all of you saying these things, okay, what was given as testimony is now part of the official record. So this is going to be in the Library of Congress for, well, as long as the Library of Congress exists. So I mean, that's something, man. That's fucking something. And that's a lot better off than we were just a year ago. So, yes, progress is slow. It's moving at a snail's pace, man. And I don't like it. It needs to happen a lot quicker, but progress is happening. So.
And what they had paid him to do and what he had reported to them that he could do, including inducing mental disorders in people, that was never.
That's also an important point that I'm glad that they brought up is that, or that he brought up, is that, God, this is starting to sound like a fucking glazing. Okay, first of all, fuck Tom O'Neill, okay? I don't want this to be a glazing. I have some major issues with what he, okay, that was a little harsh. Let me roll that back just a little bit. I have some major issues with the way in which he has reported a lot of this story. But he did well. Not the best. He did well here. He made some important points. Although that's not a Tom O'Neill thing. It's just happenstance. It's, I would call this a genuine coincidence that he happened to make some good points. That's going to be part of the official record. That's what I would say. This right here, this is a genuine coincidence. The fact that he made some good points here, yeah, sure. It's not a Tom O'Neill thing. It's just happenstance.
Disclosed to the commission as far as anyone knows. So I believe that Wes was put in there to keep Jack Ruby from telling his
Rubenstein.
story.
Again, nothing we've seen definitively proves he was an asset or product of MKUltra. And I'll tell you what, even on my News Nation show, Jesse Weber.
Yeah. I mean, he's laughed at some of the most inappropriate shit. Like, I saw an interview where he was laughing about like some of the MKUltra stuff. And it just was like, oh my God, like, really? Like, maybe it's a nervous tick of his, or I don't know what it is. It makes me uncomfortable. I'll tell you that. It's like, look, I can laugh at some dark shit too, but I don't know, you know? Oh no, I am definitely laughing at the ridiculousness, but like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm two minds of this. There's so much that was good that is going to come from this. But there's so much of it that I think, oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I thought Tom was laughing at the ridiculousness. I actually don't know. I actually don't know if, I don't know if he's like laughing at the ridiculousness of things or what. Like I said, because I've seen him laugh at some like really inappropriate shit. So I don't know. I don't. This is like, let me know, any of you in the chat, like, is he just hard to read? Is he a hard person to read, like get a read on? Because I mean, I can get a little bit of a read. I'm pretty good at reading people. He did. He definitely glazed Aquino. Which is just like, it's like this duality with him, right? I appreciate some of the shit he does, but then he does something like that. And then he's like also friends with Manson and stuff, with Marilyn Manson, for the record, Brian Warner. Not Charles Manson. He was friends with Marilyn Manson. Or at least was. I don't know if they still are, but like, there's just some weird shit, right? So this is what I mean. Like, I appreciate some of the things he's done, but overall, I have some major issues with the way that he's covered some of this stuff. And I don't believe that he's ignorant in his coverage, I believe he is intentionally covering this stuff in the way that he is. I don't believe it's ignorance or, well, it's just that I believe that it's intentional I believe he is intentional in the way that he covers things, and I believe it's happening for a reason.
Live, I interviewed a retired CIA operations officer, Rick Delatorre, who said there is nothing to substantiate the Ruby or Manson theories. But you talk about assets. You talk about alleged assets. You talk about theories.
Because the dude would cover
What
for the
about
fucking
alleged
company.
assassination of Charlie Kirk? What about the attempted shooting of President Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania?
Okay, the Butler thing, fucking stage show. Fucking stage show. He didn't get fucking shot. Period. I'm saying it here. He didn't get fucking shot. It was all a fucking stage. Charlie Kirk, in my opinion, is absolutely dead. Absolutely dead. It was a real assassination. I don't believe that Tyler was the one that pulled the trigger. I do believe he was involved, but he's a patsy in my opinion. What is with the weird golden statue on the bookshelf behind him, behind Trump? Or are you talking about the guy hosting the show?
But you talk about assets. You talk about alleged assets.
So that's Lady Liberty. So, I mean, he is a lawyer. So it does kind of Lady Justice. That's right, Lady Justice. Justice is blind. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, beware all dentists for fucking sure. And funny story, when me and JJ went down to UVU, the guy that we ran into was a fucking dentist, right? Like he was allegedly there on a dentistry conference, I guess. Fucking weird. Fucking weird, man. Yeah, beware of all dentists for sure. They are fucking creepy. Fucking scare the shit out of me. See, I actually do think it was RR or at least one of the people who run RR channel, because I think RR channel is just kind of like an anonymous channel ran by multiple people. It like whoever needs to run that channel at whatever time, you know, but I do think our channel is sent to come and keep an eye on things. Definitely. So that guy, most likely, in my opinion, probably has access to our channel. That would be my guess.
Talk about theories. What about the alleged assassination of Charlie Kirk? What about the attempted shooting of President Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania? You know what? That came up in this hearing because it goes to this idea, is stuff like this happening today? How do you explain those instances? Where did it come from? Social media, algorithms, AI? Is this the new form of mind control?
I mean, to say is that I think if there are such projects going on inside the U.S. government, there might be a sense that we can do this without any hostile supervision.
What are the possibilities that what we've learned in MKUltra, now that it has advanced so much to algorithms and the computer and getting to loners, that some of these loners could, through this just mass propagation of whatever you're doing, could cause someone to maybe take a shot at a president?
I know there's a lot of speculation out there about the Butler shooting, and I guess even the Charlie Kirk shooting. I just hate to speculate because I don't know. I have no firsthand knowledge whether those guys were programmed through radio waves or through their computer activity. So I would never hazard a guess, except to say what I've already said, that they developed means that we've never been told about many, many years ago. And I imagine they've evolved to be much more effective now.
It really ties into what Congressman Burchett was.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, the social media algorithms, that's 100% exactly what these things are. I mean, they're mind control algorithms, you know? And so MKUltra is automated now, you know? It's like, and once again, MKUltra comes in many, many degrees. In fact, let me see if I can find something. Might explain this. So MKUltra, or mind control, comes in two forms: mass mind control and individual mind control. Okay, these are the two ways that people are mind controlled. Mass mind control is all over the place. This is like your Tavistock stuff. Yeah, you just got to fight it, man. That's all I can tell you. You just got to fight it. Yeah, neuro-linguistic programming. I mean, shit's real, man. Shit's real. Got to be on the lookout. Mind control of the masses happens through 5 different ways. It is television, subliminal programming, peer pressure and social pressure, which is massive, food, water, and vaccines, and social engineering, which is your Tavistock stuff. And then there's the individual mind control, which MKUltra really honed. So, you know, it's this is the stuff that needs to be known. Mind control and brainwashing is not just one thing. Yes, and it is attacked by the 5 senses, 100%, 100%.
Was talking about with radio waves, where we have these.
I didn't realize that's Miss Boebert. I didn't realize that. She looks very different and much older without her glasses, and I don't know, maybe the position is really aging her quick. I assume it would.
Like a Venn diagram of individual people and the military casting a broader net. So you have the radio waves, computer activity, the Operation Mockingbird, the programming that is taking place. So what do you see in relation to what was happening then and what we are seeing now, that could be types of the same kind of programs, and even using direct energy weapons or the like? Mr. O'Neill, you can begin.
I would just like to say one thing. There was an objective outlined in the early proposals for MKUltra to do experimentation.
She's a huge drunk, Jacob. I have a homie back in Colorado still that swims in those circles. Interesting. It doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me. It's starting to show on her face for sure.
To see whether they could do mass conversion, convert entire populations. I think that had something to do with the France incident that you were talking about earlier. Again, today it's all speculation, but
I don't believe
back
it is.
then they were trying to use psychological means to see how you could influence people's thoughts. And Mockingbird played into that, which, if people don't know, that was where they had CIA assets or co-opted people in the media who would write basically propaganda and try to control the thoughts and beliefs of the population to what the CIA needed. And is it still going on today? I would be surprised if it wasn't.
All right, I want to move on to 2 things now. First, Frank Olson. This is another name that you're going to hear
So Google search David Bowie, Black Noise, William Burroughs. Interesting. I will make sure and star that so I can look into that later. I've been too avoidant to watch, meaning the hearings. Yeah, I mean, so I'm not sure if you're just tuning in, Stellar, but yeah, I figured, but I'm not sure if how much of my show you've been watching, but okay, so yeah, you just tuned in now. So I've talked about the hearings, and I think so. Here's one thing. I've seen a lot of people say that, you know, we didn't learn anything new. No, you're good. You're totally good. This is actually important because this is actually one of the things I wanted to mention, and I've mentioned it a few times, and I'm going to keep mentioning it. So no, you're good. No interruption. The hearings, okay? So I've seen a lot of people say that we didn't learn anything new. They didn't bring any survivors, all of these sorts of criticisms. And as much as I agree with that, because there's like justice needs to be happening quicker. The thing is one, I believe that this is one hearing that's of multiple that's supposed to happen. Now, whether the other ones actually happen or not, I'm surprised this one even happened. But on the other side, they can either talk about it or they can not talk about it. Them talking about it at all is way better than them not talking about it. So as much as I agree that there definitely needs to be more done. The fact that they are talking about it, the fact that it's making newspaper headlines, the fact that it's out there in the consciousness that people are talking about it again is definitely better than it not being. So, is he telling the truth about it? Because I understand if they're doing a slow drip with the CSA. Yes and no, right? Because all of this is disinfo so this is all my opinion. So this is all like disinfo agents, right? Like Tom O'Neill, he's a disinfo agent. Now, the nature of disinfo agents is the fact that they will tell anywhere between 80 to 98% truth and just enough lie to throw people off course. And it's enough of a lie to really throw people off course, right? So, because it does not take a lot. So, but I do believe that progress is being made, albeit slow. It is really slow process, and it needs to move quicker. They definitely need to get survivors in there. Now, there is a section of the hearing where Anna Paulina Luna called for survivors to be brought in. So they are supposed to bring them in. Now, here's the thing. I think this is where it's going to get really murky because the survivors that they're going to bring in are, I don't know, are they credible? Are they actual survivors? Are they not just trying to poison the well? I don't know. How are they going to find the survivors? How are they going to pull these people forward? I don't know. But once again, I do think it is, no, I don't. And as far as I know, as far as I know, I could be wrong about this. I haven't spent a whole lot of time on X lately. But I don't know who they are. I don't know if another hearing is scheduled, but I know that I know that there are supposed to be more hearings. Like I said, if more happen, I don't know. I'm surprised this one happened, you know? So it's like, but I'm glad it did. You know, there's now more stuff on the record about the truth of MKUltra than there ever was before. So, because some stuff happened in the 70s, right? But that was nowhere near the full truth or even what we know now. But at the very least, the testimony given by the people brought in is going to be official congressional record. So it's something. It's more than we had last year. It's more than we had 6 months ago. So the point I'm trying to make is like, I so agree with all the people saying that like they need to do more. I'm surprised they're doing anything. Like, this is crazy. And this is why I'm talking about it, is because like I am just blown away that anything is being brought out. I'm surprised that this is even being addressed in any serious manner, because they've done such a good job of ignoring this for decades, right? The 70s, the 90s, and then now, right? Like all that time in between, there's just, now like I said, I do agree with the criticisms to a degree, because we need more. It needs to happen. Like this is such a big issue. Mind control, programming, like all of these things, like they have to end. This torturing people for what? For world domination, I guess. You know, it's like, I don't understand, but this has to end. And the only way it's going to is if we keep talking about it. And so I'll take any breadcrumbs I can get, because it makes my job just a little bit easier. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Let's see. I really, really hope they bring that one woman, forgot her name, starts with an S and was on Emma's show. Not sure who you're talking about. There's a couple of people that she's had on that I would like to see. There's also a couple of people on that I would really hope that they don't. It's just my personal opinion, though. You know, I think the UFO hearings are bringing this out because it's all connected. I agree. I agree 100%. It's definitely happening related to that. And like I said, I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. We should be using social media to call out Evo. Right. If they can no longer memory hole it, they will try to control the narrative. Yes. And then once they can't control the narrative, evil. I agree. We do have to use social. We have to use their tools against them. 100%. 100%. I'm there with you. And yeah, if they can no longer memory hole it, they will try to control the narrative. Yes. If they cannot control the narrative, they will poison the well. So that's the next step. Because they won't be able to control the narrative on this. They won't. Just like with the whole Charlie Kirk thing, they haven't been able to control the narrative, so they had to go out and hire fucking TPUSA had to hire Andrew Wilson to be their fucking well, actually, I don't know if that's why they hired him, but allegedly they hired him to train debaters. But I mean, he's been kind of taking the road that there is no conspiracy at all. And dude, whatever. I don't get it. Hell yeah. Glad to see you over here. Either way, yeah, let's move on to Frank Olson. Let's see what they had to
go. A lot about in the MKUltra discussion. If you go to the Ford Library, you're going to find documentation on Frank Olson, who is described in one report this way. Quote, Dr. Frank A. Olson, a biochemist, was a civilian employee of the Army working at Fort Detrick in a cooperative effort with the CIA. On November 19th,
Okay, Frank Olson. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of great people that's been on Emma's channel that I would like to see. I would be really interested. Just I don't know. Like I said, I'm really concerned with how they're going to choose people, how they're going to bring people. You know, I don't know. But all we can do is hope for the best. And if they pull in somebody that's bullshit, we just got to call it out. You know, we just got to call it out hard. So, and we have the power to do that. So now Frank Olson is very interesting. He kind of had an attack of conscience, I believe. He really came, I mean, he was working on the biological weapons that we were dropping in Korea. In fact, he gave an interview in a documentary that was filmed in Germany where he was working over in West Germany. East Germany was, well, anyways, over in Germany, he was working, building the bombs and performing MKUltra stuff. And eventually he had an attack of conscience, which is why he was attacked. And he was basically mentally, emotionally, and ultimately physically tortured until he was pushed out of a window. Now, people like John Leesley, his book is in the very bottom of my stack. Anyways, the Project Mind Control author, John Leesley, likes to say that, there's absolutely zero information on Frank Olson and his murder. And the only reason why anyone thinks that he was murdered is because the CIA released a document or a torture manual, and pushing people out of a window was one of the ways in which they cover up murder. That is not the only reason why. The reason why people believe that Frank Olson was murdered is because his son has spent the better part of his life investigating it and has found compelling evidence. There was also a book written about it, over 600 pages of the author interviewing people, searching through documents, and basically turning over every single rock that he could in order to prove that Frank Olson was murdered, and the overwhelming evidence proves that he was. So the Kremlin still uses fell out of a window to signal to those in the know the victim knew too much or said too much. Windows are dangerous in Russia. Hey, one of the most common places for people to die in the US, believe it or not, is a hotel room. So just keep that in mind. Windows are a dangerous place in Russia, and hotel rooms are a dangerous place in the US.
1953, at one of the periodic meetings of Fort Detrick and CIA personnel, a dosage of LSD was placed by CIA personnel in drinks consumed by Dr. Olson and others, all of whom were members of the group.
Yeah, so they were at a meeting. It was like a debrief or like a guys' weekend or whatever. They had a they had a drink of Cointreau, orange liqueur, that was laced with LSD.
Prior to receiving the LSD, Dr. Olson had participated in discussions where the testing of such substances on unsuspecting subjects was agreed to in principle. However, neither Dr. Olson nor any of the others was made aware that they had been given LSD until about 20 minutes after the fact. And this is what has made his death so strange. This is what has led to theories that he was murdered. So in a piece by, again, Dr. Kinzer, published in The Guardian in 2019, He essentially describes how on November 28th, 1953, Frank Olson crashes through this closed window of room 1018A at the Statler Hotel out in Manhattan, falls 10 floors to his death on the...
He was pushed because he actually had, if you look at the autopsy reports, another thing John Leasley didn't do, or doesn't do, I guess, considering he's a historian. Go fuck yourself, John. One thing when you look at his autopsy report is that he actually had a blunt object, or he had, he was hit with a blunt object before he leaped out of the window. So basically he had the shit kicked out of him before he was pushed. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Sidewalk below. Apparently, the only other witness was a CIA colleague in the room who was sleeping. And it is alleged that the police investigation was coordinated or influenced in some way by the CIA. And in the end, they allegedly concluded that Olson jumped, that he killed himself. But you had those prior claims of LSD poisoning. He was allegedly sent to see a doctor reportedly connected to MKUltra.
Yeah, no, you're good, Katie. No need to censor yourself here. Although, I mean, feel free to whatever you're comfortable with, you know. But my platform always has and always will be a free speech platform, period. So feel free to say or not say whatever you want. No, I mean, once again, outside of direct calls to violence, just because that will get my channel banned. Other than that, feel free.
So the idea was he killed to keep everything he knew and experienced a secret?
The Frank Olson case, which was referenced earlier, that was a murder.
I hear you.
I don't believe that was a suicide. And the motivation was because he was going to be a whistleblower. He worked at the CIA. He worked in the development of biological weapons, and he was planning.
Yeah, this I totally believe. He was going to be a whistleblower. He was going to blow the lid off of the whole Korean War nonsense. And he kind of did, because like I said, there's a documentary that was filmed in Germany. I believe you can find it on YouTube. I should do a watching of it. But you can find him talking about the biological weapons we were making in Germany to drop in Korea. Which, the reason why that matters is because the whole reason the whole reason why we started MKUltra to begin with was because allegedly the soldiers coming back from Korea were being brainwashed by the commies, right? And they were being brainwashed to expose or to say that the US was dropping biological weapons in Korea. So that's why that matters. No, the soldiers also had an attack of conscience and also told the truth about what was happening. So, you know, so the fact that Frank Olson was going to be a whistleblower about the biological weapons, and he was also going to whistleblow on the MKUltra stuff, they had to tie up the loose end. And it just makes so much sense why they would just off him, you know?
Planning to go public and announce that the United States government was using biological weapons in the Korean War.
Right.
And also he was going to share what he knew about MKUltra experiments, including lethal experiments. And there's a documented.
See, this is what I was saying about Tom. Like, I appreciate the fact that he was able to say these things, but like I could have gotten up there and said the exact same things, you know? So it's not like good job, Tom, because you're Tom. It's a good job, Tom, because you were able to just say true things. So, I just wish somebody else would have done it, honestly.
Case.
How many, gentlemen, how many people do you think died through the MKUltra program or were murdered?
No idea.
And then I've got to call this out. Really chilling story that O'Neill talked about. when it came to Dr. West, this character in the MKUltra saga?
When he contracted with the CIA, he was at
Yes,
Lackland Air Force
100%.
Base. He was the chief psychiatrist at the hospital, so he began his experiments there. A year after the letter that I quoted in my statement,
Wait a
where
second.
Psychiatrist at the hospital, so he began his experiments there.
At
The
where?
hospital. He
Lackland?
was at Lackland Air Force Base. He was the chief psychiatrist at the hospital.
No. He started way earlier than that. He started when he was in school at Oklahoma. He started way earlier than Lackland. He was also teamed up with Margaret Singer. I forget which one's the abortion one and which one's Margaret Singer is the abortion one. He was teamed up with Margaret. Wait, am I getting those back? Yeah, Singer was the psychiatrist. Sanger was the abortionist. Yeah, right, exactly. He didn't keep digging past that. So he didn't, like, Jolly West didn't start there. It's just that's as far as you dug. You know, like, so it's technically, I mean, okay, I guess he's not wrong, but it's just that, like, Jolly West started his career when he was going to school. He was already starting to perform these things. But yeah, I guess technically by the time he was at Lackland, he was the Jolly West that we know. So I get, like, yes, like Jolly West, Lackland. Yeah, sure. So he's not technically wrong. He's just, I don't know. I'm just kind of splitting hairs. Either way, I'm glad he said it.
Experiments there. A year after the letter that I quoted in my statement where he was describing.
Oh, that was way before UCLA. So UCLA was where he ended his career. So that, yeah, all the UCLA stuff, that was towards the end of his career when he was fighting Scientology all the time and stuff and doing that, you know. It's very interesting. What we really need was a panel of survivors in this hearing being given a chance to speak out. That would be the cherry on the, personally, I think we need a whole hearing of just nothing but survivors from all over the world. Maybe a focus on the US just because it's the US government, but all over the world, right? And people of all ages. But I think that should also be followed up again by a third hearing of nothing but just researchers. We need both. We've got to have both, and something better than Tom. Okay? Something better than Tom. Anybody better than Tom. Hell, I'll go to DC. And I'll bring everything. But we need both. We need the researchers and the survivors because they both help each other. You can't, like, this world can't exist. That justice won't ever be able to be served without survivors and researchers because we're able to validate each other. Okay. The researchers like myself, we are the ones that are able to pull together all the information that validates what the survivors went through and vice versa, right? Like, it just, that's what has to happen. So yeah. I mean, this is just what needs to happen. Hey, if we can get me up there, I'll do it. I'll go to DC. I'll go to that den of villainy.
What he wanted to do. A year later, on July 3rd, 1954, a 3-year-old girl was abducted and found later in a gravel pit, murdered.
So Scott says, my dad's father, my grandfather, was stationed in Korea on the port of Busan at the docks. He said our government did some horrible things like intentionally ruin foodstuffs meant for the Korean people. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Or dump tons of food into the salt water. I mean, we did the same shit in Vietnam too, man. We did the same shit in Desert Storm, you know, like we set the oil fields on fire and stuff and polluted the earth and all sorts of like, this is why I'm anti-war. Fuck war. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. But thank you for sharing that, by the way, because that's some wild shit, man. It's some wild shit. Yeah, it would do wonders. It would do wonders for the show for sure, which is, you know, if that were to ever happen, I'd be glad to do so. Honestly, I'd be glad to do so even if it didn't benefit the show. Honestly, because the truth is what matters to me.
And next to a car that had been abandoned, and the search party that found the little girl's body was approached by a man who was an airman at the base, and he asked them where he was and how he had gotten there. He was arrested for the murder and described by the military officers who had him in custody as being in a trance or daze. He didn't have any drugs in his system. Mm-hmm. He didn't recognize his wife when she was brought to see him. And at his trial, where Jolly West was his advising psychiatrist who examined him,
of course,
it emerged that he had actually been being treated at the hospital at Lackland in an experimental program.
See, did he say who this was? I know I've heard this story several times. I just keep forgetting. Let's see.
My statement where he was describing what he wanted to do. A year later, on July 3rd, 1954, letter of the experiments there. He was the chief psychiatrist at the hospital, so he began his experiments there. A year after the letter that I quoted in my statement where he was describing what he wanted to do, a year later on July 3rd, 1954, a 3-year-old girl was abducted and
yeah, I can't remember this guy's name. If anybody in the chat remembers, please let me know. But this story, fucking horrific, absolutely horrific. You know, so remember it was a different time, but the parents, the parents of this this poor 3-year-old girl, they took their kids to a bar. Granted, the kids weren't in the bar. This was 1954. Okay. So way different time. But there was apparently a playground out back for the kids to play, you know. Man, we used to be a proper country. Used to be a playground out back of the bar for the kids to play while parents drank inside. But the girl was out back. I don't know where her brother was or something. But yeah, the girl was abducted and she was later found. The airman at the base was found covered in blood and had no idea what happened. And yeah, his blood and urine were both clean. He had no substances, but he was being treated at Lackland Air Force Base Hospital where Jolly West was conducting experiments.
Found later in a gravel pit, murdered.
Awful stuff.
And next to a car that had been abandoned. And the search party that found the little girl's body was approached by a man who was an airman at the base. And he asked them where he was and how he had gotten there. He was arrested for the murder and described by the military officers who had him in custody as being in a trance or daze. He didn't have any drugs in his system. Mm-hmm. He didn't recognize his wife when she was brought to see him. And at his trial, where Jolly West was his advising psychiatrist who
Of course.
examined him,
Of course.
it emerged that he had actually been being treated at the hospital at Lackland in an experimental program to cure his chronic debilitating migraine headaches. And he was executed 4 years later.
So based on my research,
Imagine that. Poor guy was a victim of Jolly West and he got executed for it. I mean, granted, he killed a little girl. But I mean, I don't even know what we should do with a situation like that, because like on one hand, he did murder this little girl, but he was hypnotized to do so. I don't know. That's like raises some serious ethical questions, man. Like, I don't know. Both people get in trouble. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to make a note of that, because I think that would be a very interesting show idea, is the ethics of all of this mind control stuff. So give me just a sec. It'd be a real interesting show. Talk about all the ethics and stuff. Yeah, it's just like the Manson case in the sense that it's like, I mean, can we really blame Manson? Like, and how much blame? You know, I don't know. It's some really interesting stuff. It's some untapped, it's some seriously untapped, like legal and ethical dilemmas that like we really have to address.
this seems to refer to the rape and murder of 3-year-old Cher Jo Horton and the conviction and execution of Air Force Airman Jimmy Shaver in the 90s.
Jimmy Shaver. That's the name. I'm glad this guy got it. I always forget his name, Jimmy Shaver. Horrible story. Horrible story. Yeah, it's look at that. July 6th happens to be the anniversary. Isn't that interesting?
Crime documented in a piece by Tom O'Neill in The Intercept. But as you heard, Dr. West was reportedly serving as chief of psychiatric services at Lackland Air Force Base. Shaver was an airman who apparently had no history of violence, no criminal past, and yet he did this. Shaver apparently didn't remember
100%.
anything. West, by the way, Dr. West was accused in this article of administering truth serum to Shaver, putting him under deep hypnosis, and that is when Shaver allegedly confessed. Now, he reportedly tried to
That's
retract
exactly it.
that confession at trial. And as outlined in the Intercept piece, there were claims of missing files related to Shaver, that he may have been a subject of the CIA.
Oh, shit. Missing files on Shaver? Not shocked.
LSD program. So where do we go from here? You know, there was talk of possibly trying to
Where
find
do we go
additional
from here?
files at other hospitals and institutions, as highlighted by Kinzer. But take a listen to what he also says should be done.
In addition to searching for unknown documents, this committee could do a tremendous service by simply asking for the end of redactions on the documents that we now have. There are reams of documents about MKUltra that have heavy sections redacted. In the 1970s, this was justified by the argument that it had only been 20 years since these terrible.
That's bullshit. Even in the 70s, this was not justified, even for national security. No. It's not national security. No. But I agree 100%. We need to call for the redaction of the documents we do have, period.
Things that happened, and revealing details might affect national security. Now 70 years have passed. That argument can no longer be valid. So I would urge this committee to try to fill out all the blank spaces in the documents that we have.
So it's going to be.
So I actually have an explanation for this. Why Gottlieb was one of the only names not redacted on the documents. It's because he allowed that to happen. Gottlieb made a deal. Okay. He was brought in for testifying. Basically, he needed to be brought in for giving his testimony and what happened in MKUltra. He said he would give all of his testimony, his records, what still existed, could be made public if he had immunity. So if they gave him immunity, he would admit to everything, which is exactly what happened. So that's the reason why Gottlieb was all over the place. That's the reason why we know so much about him, is because they gave him immunity. Said, if you tell us what happens, we won't charge you. You won't spend a single day in prison or whatever. So yeah, it is amazing shit. It is amazing. It's it's like on one hand, like, I'm glad we know these things, because if we didn't, like, there would be more redactions in the documents, right? But on the other hand, it's like, how could we let a monster like that go free? You know, I don't know. Like I said, it's these weird ethical dilemmas. We shouldn't even have to deal with dilemmas like this. It's ridiculous.
Interesting to see what comes of this. I mean, look, the argument was in the hearing, look, Congress never got the full story. Because, by the way, according to history.com, there were congressional hearings in the past on MKUltra back in 1977. This was conducted by Senator Edward Kennedy. So he brought in all these former CIA people, but there was a lot of, we don't remember. We don't remember the details. Today's different, right? Also, now we have these files.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of, we don't remember the details. We never knew about this. Plausible deniability. You know, I wasn't a part of that. You know, there was no way for us to know. You know, it's like there was every excuse under the book, or under the sun, I guess. And I don't know. Yeah. 70 years later, things are way different. I agree 100%. We absolutely need to demand the redacted documents from MKUltra to finish putting together some of these pieces. I mean, everyone that was involved in it is basically dead now, you know? Now, granted, you know, the False Memory Syndrome Foundation is a continuation of some of MKUltra. So there's still definitely several people from False Memory Syndrome Foundation that are still alive, but that's not MKUltra. That's a continuation thereof. So we'll get there.
From these financial records. But with UFOs, JFK, MLK, Epstein, we've recently seen attempts to lift the veil on these previously secret stories and conversations. And we're going to do our best here at Sidebar to try to cover as much as we can what we're learning. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. You can also check us out on NBC's Peacock as well. If you want to follow me, X, Instagram, my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. Eastern. See you next time, everybody.
Yeah, it was a pretty good video. I mean, it's pretty precursory. It's pretty basic stuff as far as you know, the type of stuff that was covered. But I mean, there was some good information in there. You know, I just have a lot more information because all I do is read about this stuff, you know, and I've got the actual MKUltra documents on my desktop, and I just sit and read a lot. So I've read a lot and will continue to read a lot. So, you know, it's absolutely crazy. Like I said, the hearings, I'm glad they happened. We need more. But I'm not, I mean, the fact that they happened at all is crazy. The fact that they happened at all is just mind-blowing. I'm thankful for it. It wasn't enough. We need more. So you know what? I'll cheer Anna Paluna on. You know what? Keep this coming, please. Keep it coming. Because I mean, we're losing, you know, Massey. We're losing the people that I think would actually try to do any of this stuff. And it's like, I'm not like a politician fan at all, you know, like fuck all politicians. They're all trash, even Massey. But he's like the least amount of trash ever. And as a person, I don't think he's like trash because he's actually kind of cool in real life. But like, you're a politician, like you're going to be a lot cooler when you're not a politician anymore. But like all the people that I think would do this sort of stuff, like we're losing, and we don't have many of them anyways. So it's just, it just is what it is, you know? So Katie says, researchers are doing the work survivors may be too unhealed to do. So important. 100%. 100%. And the thing is this, some of the work that we do is just, it's not for survivors to do. And like, why traumatize some of you people over again? That sounded so terrible. Why traumatize survivors all over again? You know, it's, I don't think that's the right option, you know, like, it's just, it is what it is. Now, I do think that the other side of this is like, they are definitely trying to control the information that's coming out, obviously, because the people releasing the information are the ones that are responsible. So they want to control what information comes out, how it comes out, exactly what's shared. You know, like they want to make sure the least amount of blowback can hit them as possible, right? Otherwise, it would be happening quicker. So, you know, it just kind of is what it is. I'm just, like I said, I'm thankful for the fact that this did happen at all. I'm thankful it happened. I hope it keeps happening. But regardless of what happens, we're always going to be covering it on this channel. I'm always going to be talking about it here in many different aspects, whether that's, you know, MKUltra directly, any of the sub projects. I mean, I've only scratched the surface of this. I've already been doing it for, you know, 2 years now, 6 years altogether coming up, as far as a podcast, but just covering these topics just the last 2 years or so. But yeah, I mean, there's just years and years of information to get through. So on that note, make sure hit the like, share, subscribe, all of these things, because I'm not quitting anytime soon. This is what I do. This is my job. So, and I'm just going to keep becoming more and more successful at it. And I ain't quitting. You can't make me. So definitely make sure and do that. And we are being algorithmically suppressed, as many of you know. So that's why I always ask, you know, like, share, subscribe, cut up the shows, send them out, email them to somebody, like do whatever you got to do, because otherwise, if it's left up to the big tech overlords that are, you know, trying to enslave us all, then, you know, I go nowhere. So literally, I need you guys to do what you can to get me out there. So, but the trade-off is that I give you the absolute best content I can possibly give you. So it's a little give and take here. It's a little give and take. So, a couple of things I wanted to read before we get out of here. I planned on reading a lot more of this. We just don't quite have the time because we're coming up on 4 hours, and I'm gonna cut it at 4 hours. But a couple of things I wanted to read. I can't remember if I've read this on the show before. Even if I have, not everyone has seen it. Also, here at 8 p.m., I believe Dana's going live, and I try not to stream when other shows like that are streaming, because, you know, so many people, we share so many we share so many of the same audience. I try not to conflict with any of my streaming friends. So got about 20 more minutes, 15 more minutes, and then we'll get out of here. But wanted to read something about the science of the traumatization and torture of the victim or survivor. Now, this doesn't have any sort of information that could possibly trigger somebody. It's kind of just talking about it in a general sense. So, there's nothing specific, I guess, that would be concerning, but it's just kind of a brief overview. So let's see here. So the basis for the success of the monarch mind control programming is that different personalities or personality parts called alters can be created who do not know each other, but who can take the body at different times. The amnesia walls that are built by traumas form a protective shield of secrecy that protects the abusers from being found out and prevents the front personalities who hold the body much of the time to know how their system of alters is being used. The shield of secrecy allows cult members to live and work around other people and remain totally undetected. The front alters can be wonderful Christians, and the deeper alters can be worst type of satanic monsters imaginable, a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde effect. A great deal is at stake in maintaining the secrecy of the intelligence agency or the occult group, which is controlling the slave. The success rate of this type of programming is high, but when it fails, the failures are discarded through death, typically. Not always, but typically. Each trauma serves a purpose. A great deal of experimentation and research went into finding out what can and can't be done. Charts were made showing how much torture a given body weight at a given age can handle without death. Now, this is why the Nazis did all those strange concentration camp experiments where they tested how quickly people would freeze or die from various traumas. It was all for mind control. The abusers are very specific and scientific in their torture. A lab technician with a clipboard walks around monitoring everything for the experiments when they receive their initial traumas. Heart monitors are closely watched. See, some of this I'm going to skip over just because of the content. Give me just a sec. Parents in the eastern United States were taken to Harvard University for training to teach them how much trauma they could give their children at home before they would pass away. After the children got back from their initial programming, they were to receive daily traumas to keep them dissociative. So the point of me bringing this up is that this is very, very well thought out and very well executed. This was the purpose of MKUltra, was to turn this into a science, was to turn it into an analytical, logistical equation that they could figure out. For anyone who's, let's see, any good books or documentaries on the Nazi stuff, so much out there is confusing. Send me a message either on Instagram or X, and I can send you some stuff. I do agree that, I mean, there's so much propaganda out there that's just, yeah. So, love your shirt. Thank you so much. Yes, 100%. 100%. The extreme cold temperature experiments are the stuff of nightmares for me. Yeah, I agree. And some of the Unit 731 stuff, man. Whew. No kidding. Good books on Project Paperclip. Annie Jacobs wrote an amazing book on Operation Paperclip. Good stuff. Good stuff. There's other ones out there. But yeah, there was some good stuff. It is just hard to find. And there is a lot of nonsense. So let's see. There was some other stuff that I wanted to read real quick before we get out of here. But the interesting thing about all of the stuff, like all of the experiments and stuff, is that what the experiments that were done were ways in which the elite had raised their kids for generations. Like the super uber wealthy aristocrats raised their children this way. They caused all sorts of terrible traumas to their kids in order to create little psychopaths, basically. Which is why they came out and like dominated the world and became sadists and all of these things. But these were things that were passed down from child to child, hurt people. And so these were just traditions basically that were passed down. Not every family, obviously, but there were certain families, the Rothschilds, name, insert aristocratic family here, and so these were all passed down, but by the time MKUltra happens, that's when they wanted to turn it into, like I said, the scientific equation, the logistical problem that they could solve and apply to anybody, which is exactly what happened. So yeah, this is old stuff that's been modernized, basically. Just a bunch of science or satanic fucking nonsense that's being pushed on all of us. And people need to wake up to it, man. People need to wake up to it. Let's see here. Let me find this real quick. There's just one more little thing I wanted to read real quick. Let's see. No. No. Let's see. If I can't find this, I think we'll just wrap up and oh, okay. Here's one thing that's actually really important to know as far as like what happens with like the disassociation. It's actually one way or one thing that doesn't really get associated with this that often, which is actually kind of surprising. So everyone understands, or maybe they don't understand it, but everyone knows of PTSD and knows that everyone knows like it's a thing and that they know what it's called and everything. But it never really gets compared to disassociation, at least in the broader societal sense. So during battles, soldiers have been known to wall off horrible events with amnesia walls, just like the soldier who who walls off a traumatic battle scene where he sees his buddy, I'll skip that detail, but sees his buddy unalived. The child will also wall off trauma, or the victim. Typically, they want to get you when you're children. However, the soldier must only endure a relatively small amount of trauma compared to the children who are programmed under the monarch trauma-based mind control. A soldier may remember his trauma by being triggered by something that reminds him of the trauma. Likewise, the child victim will have things that trigger it too. One way of describing the split is to say that the child's mind is saying, "This isn't happening to me, it's happening to someone else," and a split in the personality occurs. The new split will have the characteristics of what is it split from. The programmer will ask the alter to create something in the mind. So, little bit of detail here. It is like I said, this doesn't really get compared to PTSD because it's actually I don't know why. I don't know why. I've never really sat and thought about it. It's just it's a hard thing for people to wrap their minds around. And especially when you don't want to believe that this stuff happens, like when you don't want to believe that this stuff happens for whatever reason, I think people have tons of reasons why they reject this stuff being real. It's really hard to understand exactly what is happening. And then, this is how they get away with it. This is the whole point of this channel. This is the whole point of what I'm trying to do is I want people to understand these little bits, which is also why I try to break it off in bite-sized chunks. Like people need to understand these things. We need to make it more difficult for these people to be able to do these things. They can't do these things if people understand what's happening. If parents understand how this stuff works, their kids will be way less likely to be able to be controlled this way. This is bringing awareness to the way that trafficking works, or the way that, kidnapping works. Any of these things. Bringing awareness to this makes it more difficult for the horrible pieces of shit that do this stuff. It makes it incredibly difficult for them to do it in the future. And really, that's the whole point of this. That's the whole point of sharing this information. It's the whole point that I spend the time doing this. And sometimes it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. It's really heavy. There's a certain amount of myself that I've got to, I guess, wall off myself. Because, trying to deal with this subject and also have a normal life to a certain degree. I'm not normal. I'm not normal by any means, but, trying to compartmentalize, I guess, is the way that I'm trying to explain this. It's just very interesting. But my whole goal is to make this much harder, to make this so much harder for these people to do this in the future. So it's just, it's a mission of mine that I can't give up on. Why it's become such a aspect of my life, I'm not really sure why I was placed here. I'm not really sure why it's such a thing, but it is. So I'm not going to question it. So, and yes, well, you're not too late. You're right here, right at the very end. You're right here, right at the very end. But good to see you. No, never. This is why, like, if you guys don't ever see me post on social media for a minute or do a live stream for a minute, this is why. This is why I'm just taking time for myself. I'm, I'm just making sure to keep control of myself. Like I'm very good at this. It's something I'm very talented at, to be able to release this stuff when it needs to get out, and also pull back and disengage from it when I know that I need to. So it's like I said, it's a skill that I've had, for better or for worse. It's something I have that I'm able to do, and I'm really good at it. So if I don't post on social media for a while, or post a video or do a live stream or something, that's why. I'm just pulling back, just need to decompress for a minute. Sometimes it's, it just goes in waves, but yeah, either way, I am super glad that all of you have joined me, whether you showed up right here at the end, or you've been here the entire time, or if you happen to be watching this on the replay. I am super thankful that all of you guys are super here. And I do this for all of you guys. I do this for everyone watching this. I definitely appreciate all of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you all so much. And we're going to wrap it up here. But I really, really appreciate it. So you were doing great, and taking it slow and living in joy, just as important. And remember, you are putting it out there, even if you need a breather. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes, you know what? Everyone needs a breather, especially from social media, man. Like sometimes people just need to take a step back, man. Like social media is an unfortunate side effect of my job. But man, unplug every now and then. It's an unfortunate side effect of our society that we have to use it these days, But yeah, there's nothing wrong with unplugging, getting away from it for just a minute and kind of reconnecting with yourself or your family. And hey, just this is why I still like watching older movies. I won't watch new movies. I hate new movies. They're all propaganda nonsense, but I'll watch older movies. And just like an hour or two, just kind of let go and just enjoy the movie, It's nice. So, and it's 100% needed. So it's like a pressure release valve, so to speak. So, but on that note, we are, yes, most definitely. On that note, we're going to get out of here. I've got a little friend being brought to me. Oh, no, she wants nothing to do with that. That was Clementine, by the way. Cute little kitty. It was a super brat. Anyways, once again, hit the like, share, subscribe, share this with your friends, chop this up, send it out, get it out there. The only thing that I ever ask is make sure that people can find me. Find all of my links in the episode description. allmylinks.com/rise to liberty pulls up everything. I've got all sorts of donation links and all of the fun stuff, all sorts of extra stuff. There's more coming. We will be doing more coverage on the Charlie Kirk or on the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing stuff. So we'll be doing that. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. There's going to be so much more coming. So that's why you want to make sure and subscribe, like, all of those things. Get me out there, and I'll keep producing the most top quality content that I can possibly make for you guys. And check in tomorrow. We'll do a much smaller stream. It won't be quite as long, but we'll do an hour, maybe 2 tomorrow. More of this trial stuff, and there's more MKUltra and more Satanic Panic stuff and all sorts of stuff on the way. So until next time, stay free, my friends.